Oh, wait. My mic wasn't even muted that whole time. Oh my goodness. Chat, I am so excited. Actually, why don't we play this trailer real quick? If you haven't seen it already. I am so hyped. I can't. I'm so excited. All right, so a few things to go over before this starts. What are we expecting? What do we want to see? I want to see that the story won't disappoint me. I was kind of hyped for Lightfall, as you can tell in my trailer, but there was a sense of unease because I wasn't sure where they were taking Lightfall, right? And those worries were justified. So I hope I don't have that feeling with Final Shape. Like, there is a level of expectation. I just hope that we can get that. Okay, just wasn't sure if this was starting to play. Some people are expecting a new subclass. We'll see about that. If so, like I said, I hope they don't treat it the same way they treated Stasis and Strand, where it was like a main component of the campaign. We don't want that. No. We don't want that. I want to know what their plan is for after the Final Shape, because usually it launches with a season alongside it. So I want to see how that's going to get incorporated with the story and whatnot, like where that takes place. I can kind of see it if we go to a new destination, which I hope we go to at least one destination, maybe two. Two would be fantastic, but let's be honest, it's probably just one. But what was I saying? I lost track. Yeah, no, I totally lost my train of thought there. But in either case, I'm just excited for a good show. Bungie's really scared of over-delivery, which I understand. We don't want to burn out our game devs, right? And to sustain a live service, and you have to keep it going for a long time, you have to have a proper, I'll call it work-life balance, though that's not the two terms that are used here. But you have to have a good balance if you're going to sustain long-term. This is the Final Shape, though. This is the finale of a 10-year saga. I want them to over-deliver and just risk the community understanding that they can't do this with every expansion going forward. But if there is an expansion to over-deliver on, it'd be this. And I hope, I pray that that is the case. If not, it's going to... I'm not doubting that it'll be good, but it will be a little disappointing. Because you know there are so many artists, directors, writers, developers that have so many cool ideas and plans and things they want for this finale, because they're invested in this game, and I just don't want that to be throttled. Yeah, let's refresh the page just to make sure we're not missing anything. Oh, we can't even... Alright, so we're on this waiting screen. Speaking of which, does Bungie have the update out yet? No, the update's not out. Okay. And my nose is so itchy. I don't know why my mic doesn't mute when I hit the mute button. It hasn't been doing that recently. We don't need to look at chat, even if it's just one chat at a time. Who knows what the YouTube chat's going through? Oh, I remember what I was going to say earlier. So, with the new destination, you could have the seasonal story kind of take place on the destination, but kind of be tied indirectly to the main campaign story. Or you could have just a whole separate story that's happening, you know, back in our solar system or whatever. So predictions. I think that portal is not to the, like, inside the Traveler, but it's definitely like a portal to maybe the beginning or to a space and time where all life started or some crap like that. But in either case, I think it's a portal to a different place, not inside the Traveler. Which would have been dope, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The Witness better be the final raid boss. He better not be a campaign boss, because that's just disappointing. Like, we can face an aspect of him, kind of like they did with the Taken King, where we fight Oryx in the campaign, but then he retreats to his Ascendant realm, and then the raid is diving into the Ascendant realm to finish him off. Because Hive Gods can't be killed unless they're killed in their throne world. If the final boss of this is Xivu or Wrath, I'd be okay. It's kind of like, I'd like to see how that goes, but you can't kill off Xivu or Wrath in a seasonal story. That's just kind of disgraceful to her and her position and her power and all that. So I can totally see that being the next campaign boss is Xivu, and then the raid boss is the Witness. Or you can make Xivu or Wrath the, like, one of the bosses for the raid. Ooh, that would be really good, because you give her like the proper mechanics and the difficulty that she deserves in the format of the raid. Why is this not playing? We are 6 minutes past. Alright, so no one else is seeing it either. It might start at 9. Let's pop into Destiny 2 and see if everything's working. I tried to prepare my loadout for the day 1 seasonal stuff. Um, Sadly, loadouts got locked. Apparently, there's a bug where you could get like a visual glitch having multiple exotics on. It wouldn't actually give you multiple exotics equipped at once, but that visual glitch was so powerful it would crash like the entire lobby you're in. So they finally disabled that. Which kind of sucks since, you know, new season starts. Hopefully that gets patched like in this update that they're launching. But I have no idea how long that fix is going to take. Ah, okay, servers are down. Was worth a try. While we wait, why don't we play some balloons? Just gonna do the daily stuff. Just chilling while we wait for it to happen. It might not start till 9 o'clock. Money monkeys. Oh boy. Okay. I didn't pay attention. How many rounds is it? 63. Jeez Louise. Let's do a trusty belt first. And save up for good old Benji. Chat, I'm so excited. I'm going to FanX this year. If you don't know what FanX is, it's essentially Utah's version of Comic-Con. They can't call it Comic-Con though because California got pissed and they tried to sue. Don't know if they won the lawsuit per se, but we can't call it Comic-Con, even though it's totally Comic-Con. Anyways, it'll be really fun. I'm going to go dress as Koro Sensei from Assassination Classroom, and I am so excited. I got a lot of the pieces already, just trying to put them all together. I could buy the costume online, but they all look okay. I'm just like, nah, I can make one that'll be fun. And plus, making a costume's, in my opinion, more fun than buying one. You can buy individual components, but a lot of the fun is making it. So I don't blame anyone who doesn't, because it's a lot of work, and it's a lot more expensive sometimes. So yeah, I'm excited for that. That will be next month. It's almost exactly 1 month from today, because I'm only going for the Saturday event, so that's September 23rd. If I get good pictures, I'll probably show you guys on stream or something, or in my Discord or whatever. But it'll be my first time ever going to a convention, so I'm excited. I'm hanging out with some of my friends who are really big into cosplay, and my cousin who's kind of into it as well. So they're all helping me with my costume. And then my college starts tomorrow too, so I'm just going to be really busy. Streams are going to be even less frequent than they have been. We will finish up the Cyberpunk because we got to finish that last mission. I am not sure when I'll do that. Maybe this Friday. I should have time. Yeah, probably for this Friday. I'll also be spending a lot of my free time playing Destiny 2. Not on stream, just because I gotta grind out levels. We have the day one race next Friday. Wow, that is a week away. August has moved by fast. September 1st, the new raid, reprised raid I should say, is dropping in D2, and we want to do the completion. It's different than normal raids because since it's a reprised raid, we already know what to expect, or like, you know, it's already been launched before. So how they do it is you complete it once, and then you got to complete it again with all of the challenges. I have never done... poop. Forgot it was round 28. There we go. Yeah, I never did the Vault of Glass day one. I never did King's Fall day one. So the reprised raid this year, or this time around, is... in my head, it's either Crota's End or Wrath of the Machine. I want it to be Wrath. I love Wrath. That was my favorite raid in D1. It's not going to be. It's totally going to be Crota. So, I'm just accepting that fact. But it'll be good. I'm excited to see what changes they made to the raid. Kind of bring it up to D2 speed. Now, some people are speculating that it could be, you know, the Leviathan. You know, a D2 raid that they're bringing back. I hope that's not the case. That's really lame. I don't think anyone would be happy with that. People would be happy to have the raid back, for sure. But... kind of feels like a cop-out because it was content we had that they took away. At least with D1 reprise rates, it's like, we're in a new game. It's understandable that they're not in here, right? No one's butthurt about it, and to bring it back would just be nostalgic fun for a lot of people, and then a nice new experience for players who never played D1. They get to experience these old raids like that we grew up on. Refresh this page again. Showing the trailer again. Yep, it got changed to 9 a.m. Bungie, you done goofed. Can I fit one more boat in here? Yeah, I can. Wait. All right. We'll just put hot shots on all of them, and then we'll start upgrading them to favor trades. We just kind of need the popping power right now. Especially with the Moab coming here in a second. Alright, let's see if we can do it. Oh yeah, we're fine. Easy. Also, the music in the background is just the Lightfall soundtrack on Spotify. I'm just kind of playing that right now. Because, you know, it was the last expansion. Beaver, what up? We be chillin' because Bungie told us 8:30, but, well, 8:30 my time, right? It was actually 9 o'clock, so we got about 15 minutes. So we'll play a little bit of Bloons. If I finish this, like the daily stuff here, we'll go to the Ishtar Collective website and maybe read some lore bits. Kind of things that maybe we should catch up on before the reveal. Are you excited for this, Beaver? Yes, hard for me to contain mine. I was saying earlier, I know Bungie hates over delivery. Like, that's their motto, to not over deliver, because they kind of shot themselves in the foot with Forsaken. But man, I hope they over deliver with this expansion. They have to. It's the last expansion of the saga. Hey, Sam, what's up? I always have to second guess myself when I see your name. I'm like, I know that wasn't his original username. I can't remember what his old one was. I think it was Sans, right? I wonder if we do get another subclass, which would be ridiculous. Oh, I love this song. A new subclass. I wonder what the element would be. I feel like it's gotta be revolved around that pyramid tech. It's like we use the power of the witness against himself. Listen, man, you forget 1,000 things every day, and your name seems to be one of them. Oh, we can't even use jungle drums? What is this nonsense? I guess we could go some marketplaces. So either the new subclass, if we have one, will be based around pyramid tech, because that'd be so cool. Or it'd be something completely new. It's one or the other. Especially now that we know the veil is the source of darkness and it's not actually the witness. It can teach us so many different powers and things. I mean, it freaking taught the witness how to combine his entire civilization to one being. Man, there were so many memes about that. Yeah, look at this boat nation going. No! I could have gotten a few more upgrades in. Alright, chat. Time for the big brain plays. Let's see if I know how to do this. Alright, round 81. I have no idea which one this looks like. But fast Moabs, low health though. We can have... Aww. If it's a one monkey, I can tend to figure out. But if it's default monkeys, I don't know. Oh, there's no restrictions either. Oh, no. Chat. This is going to hurt my brain. I'm just playing out the round so I know what I'm up against. It's just a bunch of BFBs. I don't remember what every round in Bloons is, even though I played this game. How many hours? Ah, yes. 1,100 hours. I appreciate it, Beaver. Hopefully, you know, you're able to catch the showcase wherever you watch it. Okay, so it's just a bunch of BFBs. Not the worst. Let's try this. Ah, no, this isn't gonna work. I mean, 13,000 is not a lot. Chat, I'm gonna cheat. Ethan! Help me! I am too stupid for this. I truly am too stupid for this. I figured it was a wizard. Blah. Let the fires consume you. I'm actually worried. Is that's not going to break through, right? No? No? Okay, we're good. All right, we're done with that. Why is that not on top? Hold up. All right, there we go. Just glitching out there for a second. All right. IsharCollective.net. If you ever want to look at every lore bit that Destiny has ever produced, both in D1 and D2, these guys take all of that, post on the website, make it easy to search up, look for, organize. So, let's look up witness. Do we not have the witness category? What? Okay, well. You love draining water in Minecraft, Zero? Isn't that just infinite because water never, despawns? I like how you can see like a shadow mouse on the other screen. Ooh. Let's see, the Traveler. Oh boy. Guardians and Ghosts. What? Alright. I don't know where this lore card comes from, but everything changed when the Traveler arrived in Sol. It gave us gifts that transformed the solar system and the nature of human life. Moreover, it ushered in the Golden Age, a renaissance of scientific and cultural achievement. Despite all the good it has done for us, we still know nothing of the Traveler's origin or the reason it gifted light bearers with paracausal powers. Unbeknownst to us, each of those miracles came at a price. Threats greater than we could have ever fathomed have found their way to our doorstep in pursuit of the traveler. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. So, Ares 1, humanity's first mission to make contact with the traveler. This is the very initial opening cutscene of D1. This was the introduction. So let's read through this and see what it describes, and I can fill in any blanks, assuming we have enough time. Previously known as Project Catamaran, Ares 1 was a mission to make contact with the traveler on Mars. The project began in response to the sudden and unexpected arrival of the traveler. As the traveler moved throughout the solar system to terraform Jupiter's moons, Mercury and Venus, humanity began to worry about where Moon X would appear next. When the scientist Evi Kalume determined a way to predict the traveler's movements, a multinational crew was organized to intercept it on Mars. This crew consisted of Jacob Hardy, Evi Kalume, and Ulysses Kiao, and M. Mihalova. Kiao served as navigator, Hardy as the pilot, and Mihalova as conductor of the ship's AI. Evi was the theoretical physicist that also had some environmental knowledge. While a part of the Project Catamaran, oh man, I am ruining these names, I apologize. Mihalova developed an artificial intelligence that she codenamed R. This AI is heavily implied to be Rasputin. Evi began requesting access to R's entire code, something that Mihalova refused to give in fear that Evi would discover R's rapid advancements. Kiao, who had his own access codes to R, gave them to Evi in an attempt to solve the conflict. 3 days before the launch of Ares 1, Evi went to Mihalova with the data she discovered, concerned about R's assessment of the crew members. Evi died the day of the launch due to an accident involving an electrical fire, weak sprinkler, and wet staircase. Her death may not have been an accident, as Mihalova had mentioned that disaster may occur should Evi learn R's true nature. The launch date was pushed back by 1 day, and the project was renamed Ares 1. Additionally, the crew members were armed. The mission continued, however, and Kiao, Hardy, and Mihalova all traveled to Mars to successfully make contact with the traveler. Ares 1's contact with the traveler marked the beginning of humanity's golden age, which was categorized by rapid scientific advancement as well as an increase in human lifespan. Jacob Hardy went on to become the mathematician studying the nature of light. Alright, this is about to start, so let's enlarge in you. Oop. We good? Okay. Switching over to Twitter. Let's see what Twitter says. Oh, Joe Blackburn. It's a big Destiny 2 day. Big thanks to a bunch of our co-workers in publishing, marketing, editing, and communication who spent all summer working with folks across the teams putting this together. See y'all after the show. You mean X? Nah. It's Twitter. So long as the URL says twitter.com, it's Twitter. Oh. Bungie just said the showcase has started. You can see it right here. Pre-show has begun. It was posted literally now. Let's just refresh the page. Everyone keep an eye out for the audio sign up here. Let's keep scrolling through. Oh yeah, Pokemon released a fun little video today for Poltergeist, that's it. Adorable. I'm excited for the DLCs. My Destiny coverage Super Bowl. Oh, that's adorable. Why don't we play this?
This is the most epic battle we've ever had in Destiny. If the Witness succeeds, the universe ends.
So excited. Also, to set expectations, this showcase was created months ago. So it's nowhere near gonna acknowledge the stuff that happened during the State of the Game drama. Nor is it going to go over a lot of like the game's core issues, kind of like a state of the game, I guess you could say, or developer insight. This is a showcase. This is essentially a glorified trailer that's going to be what, like 45 minutes long or something, if the leaks were correct. It's kind of the only leaks that I know of. So yeah, temper your expectations a little bit with that. All this is going to do is hype us for Final Shape, Season 22, possibly Season 23. I don't know if they're going to do that or they're going to keep that under the rug. And possibly beyond. Meaning like after the Final Shape, what's the plan for D2? Man, it's so quiet without the music going. Play! Dang it! I don't know why they do this. All right, we'll keep playing the music. Yeah. Chat, I don't know what's happening. What? Apparently the pre-show has started on other channels, but not here. I just looked at Dado and Ads Across the Stream, and they're watching it. They're watching it, but it ain't here. Yeah, freak me. Okay, hold up. I got this. Let me... Give me a second. Alright. Ah, screw you. Okay. We're gonna be a little behind. But it's okay. Sorry, my quality should go up here in a little bit. Also, I never started this timer. Oops. Yeah, we've been live for 41 minutes. Here, let me see if I can... With me streaming and stuff, my internet connection is probably a little slow. So here's that opening cutscene, chat. Oh, they put the Destiny 2 logo on it. Oh, that's new. Wasn't expecting that.
We called it the Traveler.
Yay.
And its arrival changed us forever.
We missed the speaker.
Great cities were built on Mars and Venus. Mercury became a garden world. Human lifespan tripled. It was a time of miracles. We stared out at the galaxy and knew that it was our destiny to walk in the light of other stars. But the Traveler had an enemy. A darkness which had hunted it for eons across the black gulfs of space. Centuries after our golden age began, this darkness found us. And that was the end of everything. But it was also a beginning.
Yeah, we're just straight up watching D1 Origins. This is the start of the 10-year saga, chat. I don't know if they reprise these cutscenes. I don't think so. I think these are straight from, 2014. Good old Dinklebot. We'll never hear the voice again. That's why YouTube exists.
Ouch.
Is it possible? There you are.
He just sounds so unenthusiastic. He's been searching for eons for you.
Guardian? Eyes up, Guardian. Worked. You're alive. You don't know how long I've been looking for you. I'm a ghost. Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time. So you're going to see a lot of things you won't understand.
Also, I have no memory, so
This is fallen territory.
not like I'd
We
understand
aren't safe
anything.
here. I have to get you to the city.
Man, they're just... Is this just the cutscene movie? I mean, I wouldn't be upset. Oh, is that a female hunter? Oh, Bungie, you rascals.
There was a time when we were much more powerful. But that was long ago. Until it wakes and finds its voice, I am the one who speaks for the traveler. You must have no end of questions, Guardian. In its dying breath, the traveler created the ghosts to seek out those who can wield its light as a weapon. Guardians to protect us and do what the traveler itself no longer can.
What happened to it?
I could tell you of the great battle centuries ago. How the traveler was crippled. I could tell you of the power of the darkness, its ancient enemy. There are many tales told throughout the city to frighten children. Lately, those tales have stopped. Now, the children are frightened anyway. The darkness is coming back. We will not survive it this time.
No, we will
Armies
not.
surround us. The fallen are just the beginning.
What can I do?
Little do we know
We
that,
must push back the darkness.
you know, the fallen are not darkness.
Guardians are fighting on Earth and beyond. Join them. Your ghost will guide you. I only hope he chose wisely.
I did. I'm sure of it. We're in this together now.
Oh, this is new. Oh, it's kind of the cinematic of that timeline that's in the game. Oh, this is every mission in D1. Oh, that's, well, like all the major missions, I should say.
For centuries, we feared the forces
Oh,
of
that's
darkness,
a
massing
neat way to
against
connect
us.
all these cutscenes.
We sought to hide and cower beneath a broken god. No more. These guardians show us what we are, what we have always been, and what we will be again.
Yeah, they're already in the Taken King.
We are what remains.
We're about 4
of the
minutes behind.
light,
I think we're okay.
and we will
be
not be stamped out.
Oh, that's cool. Oh. Oh, it was
It's
a
a day for
Titan?
pretty speeches and medals.
Dude, I totally
You know
thought
the real
that
fight
character was
takes
a
place out
hunter.
there. Take this. There's so much more, Guardian. I've seen terrible things born out
That
of
gun was a
darkness.
blue, by the way, chat. Wasn't even a
Every moment
legendary.
brings them closer.
It was a blue with one of the most unique perks.
All ends are beginnings. Our fight is far from over.
And that's the end of the D1 campaign. Kind of left us with more questions than answers. But the gameplay itself was just so good that we just stayed playing the game for 10 years. On the moon, the Hive continued to amass strength under the leadership of Crota, son of the Hive god Oryx, and slayer of many guardians. Seeking to avenge her lost fire team, Eris Morn guided guardians to victory against each of Crota's disciples. The Hive besieged a war mine, a golden age military AI, but were rebuffed. At last, Crota's very soul was banished, and his threat ended. Oryx, the Taken King, made his way to the Sol System in search of vengeance for his son Crota's death. The Awoken fought his fleet near Saturn, but were grossly outmatched.
I remember everything about the day I was born.
Such a cool cutscene.
I still bear the scars.
Oh my gosh.
The Awoken are my family now. And I am their queen.
Like, look at the fleet of the Awoken, chat. This was their power. The height of their power. What we see in Forsaken is nothing compared to now.
We fought to keep our beautiful creation safe. And now this beast has come, claiming to be king. Mara Sav bows to no one.
Look at this. This is Mara. So you can tell why we're all so disappointed she's not so active in like recent events and stuff. So look how stupidly powerful she is. But it did nothing.
You and I know how this ends. We've known since you escaped from that pit.
And literally
They
until
all have played
Forsaken,
their part.
we thought Mara was dead.
This was all part of the plan.
We had no idea what that meant until how many years later? 3?
Guide them, my hidden friend. It is all up to you now.
As Oryx's taken spread chaos throughout the system, Guardians infiltrated the Dreadnought and disabled its weapons. There, in the heart of Oryx's ship, they confronted the Taken King himself. I couldn't read it fast enough. Sorry, chat. They don't give enough time. Come on, show it. Yes.
My queen, you were right. The Guardian was the key. For the first time, the whispers are silent. It is done. I have accepted my fate. I will not fail.
I admit, no idea what that meant. Oh, my favorite expansion. What? We just skipped the red... Oh. Alright, Dominus Gaul led his Red Legion Cabal on and assaulted the last city. This is our D2, chat. Most of you know this. I am pissed they skipped Rise of Iron. It was my favorite expansion. It did nothing for the main storyline of the game. Notice they skipped House of Wolves too, but...
Ikora, if you tell me this is a practical joke, well, it kills me to say it, but I would be really impressed.
Impressing you, Cade, is the easiest thing I'll do all day.
Let's get serious, people.
Zavala, this is my serious face. Can't you tell?
Ikora, what have you got?
Someone or something has sabotaged the Skyline defense
Man,
system.
it's so
And comms have
sad.
been spotty for the last few hours. Every sensor beyond the wall has gone dark.
Lance, we miss you, man.
Maybe it's just the storm. Maybe it's... What are the set feeds telling us?
Nothing.
Well, that's good, right?
No. I mean, they're not there. There are no satellites.
And that's not good.
Battle stations! Everyone with me, now!
I like to think that the more frames were saved than people.
Hang on!
Yeah, buddy. Sad I missed the intro to all this, but with how the state of the game was at this time, glad I missed it. And I came back during Forsaken. I guess technically during Black Armory, near the end of it. Guardians regathered the Vanguard and mounted a counter-assault to take back humanity's home. Gaul's plan to steal the light backfired, and the Traveler destroyed him. Are we playing the final cutscene? Yeah, we are. Oh, poor Mercury. That was Mars. Here's the reef. Good old Dreadnought. Oh, looks like the rings are healing up, though. Didn't really notice that. It's not quite how, you know, light and energy works, but you know. Hey, Oskunen, what's up? And then the introduction chat. The Black Fleet. Then we had Curse of Osiris, War Mine. We'll just skip over those apparently. Now Forsaken. The Guardian, the legendary hunter Kate 6, traveled to the Prison of Elders to contain the chaos of a high-stakes prison escape. Oh, we're just gonna cut straight to this? No. Oh. Chat, one of the saddest moments in D2.
Never felt better. You see that, Petra? Petra? Guardian?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. We got the showcase.
That spectacular landing. And cue the ominous music. Okay, everybody. Back in your cages. I said, back in your cages!
Such a cool cutscene. So good. Like, this is every hunter's, like, fantasy right here.
Yeah, that hurt. Sorry, not sorry.
Imagine getting knocked out of your super like that. Oh. New super.
That's it. Now I'm pissed.
Imagine having a hit spike that sharp.
Oh, is that really all you got? help me out here, little buddy.
And that's the end of Cade's ghost.
I'm coming home, Ace. Well, this is awkward. You got a gun I can borrow?
No. But I do have a bullet with your name on it.
Any second now, my partner is gonna roll in here and kill every last one of you. And you,
Which we do, just not at this moment, sadly.
This is going to hurt. A lot.
Oh, you can hear
Any
Riven's
last
voice.
how's your sister?
So savage. Cade to the bitter end. Seeking to avenge Cade 6 at any cost, Guardians acted outside the authority of the Vanguard. Guardians hunted out each of Uldren's allies in turn, and finally brought down Uldren himself. In all these seasons, Shadowkeep. Deep beneath the lunar surface, Eris Morn discovered a dormant pyramid ship and summoned the Guardians to help investigate its presence. Guardians venture deep into Hive's stronghold seeking answers, ultimately breaching the pyramid and coming face to face with the darkness. At least they're keeping the Guardian like consistent through all these cutscenes. Wearing the appropriate armor for the times.
You made it. We have heard your cries for help. And soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation.
That was really creepy. Oh, face with a messenger of the darkness. I see. And all of these seasons. Oh, man. War of Rivals was so good. The Black Fleet, humanity's ancient foe, returned to our system. Gosh. Freaking Star Wars Episode 4 entrance reveal. the moment that Rasputin essentially dies. Kind of. The first time. As the pyramid fleet darkened the skies of the Sol system and the entire planets disappeared in the encroaching shadow, the Traveler acted once more and reformed its shape. None know the true nature of this act. Was it a defensive measure, reacting to a growing threat, a clarion call to Guardians, or something yet undiscovered? As the Black Fleet fills the sky, a strange power pulls friend and foe alike to the ruins of Europa, and the new Kel wields the gift of darkness. Something, something. I couldn't read the last few words. What cutscene is this? I don't think we've seen this whole thing in... Oh, these are all the little clips. All put together. What a cool sparrow. It's not quite a sparrow, but you know what I mean. Oh, it's a little Wuka.
This is what I brought you here to see.
Helping new allies, the Guardian claimed the power of stasis, using darkness in the service of protecting humanity. Defeated, Aramis was overwhelmed by darkness and encased in crystal. Didn't read that properly, but it's okay. Its planets fell to the Black Fleet. Zevo Wrath, the Hive God of War, moved to seize power. Osiris ventured deep into enemy territory to uncover her schemes, was ambushed. His ghost Sagira paid the ultimate price. Season of the Chosen, Season of the Splicer, Season of the Lost. After Saint 14, Crow and the Guardian raced to the Dreaming City to confront Osiris. Savathun revealed the truth. For months, she had assumed Osiris's identity. Sowing discord, Queen Marsa struck a bargain where, in exchange for being freed from her worm, Savathun would reveal the secrets of the darkness. Talon lifting the curse from the Dreaming City, Mara planned to kill her nemesis. But just as the separation ceremony completed, Savathun escaped, her whereabouts unknown. Oh, what cutscene are they gonna play? Yes! Figured this is the one they would play next. It fits in the timeline. We don't know this until the very end of the campaign.
Before it happened. My own death, brought on by the separation from my power. And in these final moments, I looked to the sky. Hello, old friend. I've chased you for a long time. First as an enemy, then as a collector, and finally, now, a supplicant. What is it the Guardians say? Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice. Here we are. Oh, wouldn't it be clever of you if after everything you simply let me die. What a trick. Elegant. Is that it? If there is an answer, I don't hear it. Because now the world begins to fade.
And an act that no one understands yet. The Traveler sends a ghost. Love the ominous music. Yep. Oh, they left the... Oh, wait, is that a warlock?
You're saying Savathun was dead? Our most devious adversary, the one who nearly decimated the last city from within, was dead. And the Traveler resurrected her?
I wouldn't have believed it either, but...
But why would she need us to recover her memories if she never lost them in the first place?
Looks like Titan.
This has to be another trick. A lie to fool us into surrendering the Traveler without a fight.
This has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then abandoned.
Hive propaganda.
The Fallen tell the same story. When the Witness and its Black Fleet came to call, the Traveler moved on to our system.
Or it sacrificed itself to save humanity from the same forces. Forces which included the Hive! After all that, why would the Traveler give our worst enemy the light?
Still don't quite know the answer there.
It doesn't matter. I don't know why the Traveler gave Savathun the light. Maybe it has changed its mind about Guardians. Maybe it's not as infallible as we once believed.
This
I don't
cutscene.
know, and it doesn't matter. Because I'm here to protect humanity. And if Savathun takes the Traveler, we lose our light, along with any hope for surviving the Witness's return. So, whatever it takes to stop this heist, we will do.
All right. How do we stop this?
I'm not sure yet, but I know where to find out.
This is one of the big reasons why Witch Queen was such a great campaign. Just twists like that. Using knowledge from Savathun's calcified worm familiar, Guardians defeat the Witch Queen in her throne world.
Isn't this interesting? I miscalculated. So did you, Guardian. So protective of your Traveler that you wouldn't let me keep it safe. But the Witness is coming. The game is yours to play now. Yours to win or lose. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
No. Where did your ghost go?
Guardian, I just got the message. The Traveler is back in the last city. Is it done? Is Savathun?
She's dead. But her ghost got away.
Good enough. Hold your position. The Hidden are coming to secure the remains. Good work, Guardian. You did the right thing.
Now what?
Now, we prepare for the witness and stop the next collapse.
See what I mean? Witch Queen was such a good story. It was so good. Like, I'm sorry, it's just with all these reveals and these twists and these turns, that was elegant story writing that Lightfall just did not have.
We have seen enough. The children of soul cry out for salvation. You promised them life, but deliver only death.
Get ready for the Mega Mind meme.
For so many before. Enough. Enough death. Enough life. You have no pieces left to place. The game is over. Do not be afraid. Your pale heart holds the key. This time, there is no escape.
Season of the Risen, Haunted, Plunder, Seraph. The Traveler ascends into space. Rasputin sacrifices himself to prevent the Witness's forces from turning his Warsat network against the Traveler. Oh, man. This is... tear up every time I see this cutscene. Oh, it's so good.
It's happening again.
The whirlwind.
Perilous.
Don't worry. The great machine will never abandon anyone again.
It's leaving. The Traveler is leaving. The Warsats.
Aramis, please do not do this. If you care at all for our people, if there is anything left in your heart, Flee. Because it has nowhere else to run.
Gosh, I cry every time I see that. The witness has arrived, threatening the city, the traveler, and all of Sol. Aided by its newest disciple, Emperor Callus, the witness aims to bring about a second collapse.
There are too many of them! They're everywhere!
Vanguard to all units. Keep the enemy away from the traveler. At all cost.
It kind of sucks that they didn't have all of our Vanguard members actually out in the fighting. They're all just standing there.
The witness.
Whatever that thing is, we gotta take it down.
So brutal.
Going down! Multiple casualties out there! We need to mayday!
Disciple, you know what must be done.
They found a veil.
We're in no position to engage the enemy.
We don't have a choice. We're out of time.
Osiris.
Don't die.
The Guardian and Osiris race against Emperor Callus and his Shadow Legion to secure the Veil on Yamuna. Guardians learn the ways of the Cloud Striders, wield Strand, the new power of the darkness, and bring an end to Callus's reign.
No more running away. Rest now.
I kind of want to catch up with the live stream chat. Are you guys okay skipping all this since we just saw it? Yeah. We'll skip forward to the dialogue and then we'll catch up to the thing. Season of the Deep. After the Witness's unexpected triumph in Lightfall, the Vanguard searches for the means to pursue the Witness into the portal. Oh yeah, this poor thing.
Battle stations.
Alright, game over. Credits.
Oh, they're replaying this. Yeah. Sorry, chat. It's just all that stuff we just barely saw.
Holy
so.
crap.
About time we go to the moon.
Is that a darkest ship behind Okora?
Sir Happy Eris is back.
We are yours.
salvation.
Wait.
The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together.
Holy crap! This got me feeling things.
Hello, old friend.
I think we watched this on stream, right?
I'm afraid. What? Traveler, you did a Death Star! Oh my god! What is he doing? No way! Oh my god, Russ!
And here we go, chat. I have goosebumps. I am so excited. I'm still recovering from that cutscene. I'm still a little teared up.
Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Like many of you, I've been playing games as long as I can remember. They're a core part of what makes me who I am. I believe there's this deeply rooted, often unstated mission of games to keep adventure alive. In 2014, Bungie set out to start a new adventure. Heroes awakened on a desolate planet. A silent god set in our sky. And it wouldn't be long before an ancient enemy, shrouded in darkness, showed up at humanity's door to destroy us. Over the years, our heroes would shape a story far greater than anything we could have imagined. Players would explore deep into the depths of Venus, hunting a machine god that controlled time itself. They'd invent ways to combine their mythic weaponry and their paracausal abilities to stand alone against monsters that took others an entire elite squad. They'd race alongside their friends far into the early morning in the halls of an ancient city where only a select few emerged victorious at dawn, clutching the heart of a dragon. But most importantly,
gosh, I love
they
those
bring their friends and their
trailers.
family into this world, and together meet new faces on this adventure who would become lifelong companions. Now, together, we approach the final shape. We're about to embark on the last expedition of Destiny's first saga. So let's be clear about the stakes. In the final shape, you will go inside the Traveler. The journey will be difficult. And what awaits you on the other side of this trek is nothing less than the deadliest entity we have ever faced. There will be no open betas. There aren't going to be any guides on the internet telling you how to handle what's to come. Whether you've been with us from the beginning, joined us somewhere along the road, or are looking at Destiny for the first time, anybody who shows up on launch day is going to be greeted with this same uncharted world, a vacuum-sealed experience begging for you to be the first person to peel it open. So today is your invitation to go forth and adventure.
I mean, that is until the YouTubers start making guides, but...
After all these years, we never talked about it. Why I brought you back.
What the? Oh, it's the trap. It's
Why
the old
you were chosen. The truth is, I didn't know then. It was just a feeling.
Man, look at those hops.
But I know now. After we've seen. All we've lost. This fight might be our last. So I'm asking you one last time to rise.
Oh my gosh. I just...
This is a momentous time in Destiny history. We've been building to this moment for the last 10 years.
The final shape is the conclusion to that journey. This is a moment in gaming that as a developer you just don't get very often.
Guardians and allies are fighting the biggest threat that the universe has ever seen in this big culmination of the Light and Darkness saga.
When we were thinking of what the final shape could be, it had to be a lot of different things. It needs to pay off this epic confrontation with the Witness that we've been setting up for years. It has to bring you closer to your allies in the Vanguard. It has to be this place that like makes you feel nostalgic for the entire journey you've been on.
When we were resurrected by ghosts at the very beginning of this story, we didn't know why, but it was for this. The Traveler is asking us for help. And it's our responsibility to protect every living thing in the universe from what the Witness intends to do.
So we are going inside the
When we first
Traveler.
start the final shape, we are finally able to go through the portal that the Witness opened in the Traveler at the end of Lightfall.
Inside is the pale heart of the Traveler. That is the stage for our showdown with the Witness.
The Witness has the darkness. It has always had a connection to it. The pale heart of the Traveler is what it's trying to use to gain connection to the light. So with both, it can enact its final shape.
The Witness looks around and sees a lack of purpose, no meaning. It wants to fix all that. So it's trying to put the universe into this frozen perfection where everything's just exactly how it thinks it's supposed to be. That is the final shape.
If we're going to defeat the Witness, it's going to take everyone. Failure is not an option.
We're going to need the Vanguard, all of our allies, and all the Guardians to rally together
New subclass.
and be brave
Or not
in the
subclass,
face
but
of
like
oblivion.
new supers.
In the final shape, we're going to answer questions at the grandest scale. But what I find really interesting is that it's also a very personal journey, where we deepen our relationships with these characters that we've known for so long. Zavala, Ikora, our ghost, get to reconnect with Cade 6. So, like, while there's this great conflict and everything going on around us and stakes of just unimaginable heights, it's still at the end a story told around campfires by a bunch of companions who have been fighting together for hundreds of years.
In the final shape, we're
OG
going through the
tower.
portal that the Witness has opened up to confront it and stop the final shape. Inside the Traveler is this infinite, vast, unknowable, and we're landing on the Pale Heart, which is a fraction of really what is inside the Traveler.
The Pale Heart is weird. It's a little strange, it makes you feel a bit uncomfortable, and it is also just so cool and artistic in the best way.
The Witness entered well ahead of any Guardians, and so it's had time to kind of shape what's there. When our Guardian enters, the rest of the Pale Heart starts getting shaped also around what we've experienced.
This is the Traveler recreating the world in front of you as it saw on your journey.
One of the most memorable locales from Destiny's past is the D1 Tower. It's really a labor of love from the Destiny team. The final shape means so much to everyone who's building it, and I think players are really going to be able to see that.
The Pale Heart is our very first linear
I'm
destination
so
that we've
happy
ever
we get to
done.
go back to the
I
D1
would love it
tower.
if players felt that they began their journey in a place of safety and feel it escalate in danger, in surrealness, because there is this beautiful evolution of the space.
They see things that are more and more wrong as they begin to go towards the Witness's monolith. It's kind of this omnipresent, foreboding thing off in the distance.
The weirdest things happen as you get closer to the monolith in the form of reshaping. Kind of like deconstructing things and putting them back together just wrong.
The sense of scale you get out there, like as you're exploring these spaces and you're jumping on these reshaped cuboids of Earth, you feel tiny as a Guardian. You feel alone. You feel like you are not the force to be reckoned with that you have been. You're not the God Slayer right now. You're just this little person jumping from these massive pieces to massive pieces.
One of the things that we really tried to also capture is that the Witness keeps throwing everything it has at you. And so you're going to fight these new enemies, the Subjugators.
Subjugators are the new unit you're going to be facing in the final shape.
They're using Strand.
They have an enhanced power set. They're performing stasis powers and strand powers to face the Guardian, while in support of all the other enemies you're fighting too.
They bring something entirely new to the battlefield, which is kind of this element of control.
They're back there pinging away with stasis abilities, throwing crystals at you, freezing you in place, tangling you up.
That's cool. We're facing our match.
We're focusing you on the campaign and only the campaign. It's the most important thing in the universe at that moment. You have to stop the final shape from happening.
And for that, we do need the help with our allies. And so we're going to make sure that the core Vanguard team gets back together. Zavala and Ikora and Cade.
I'd love to see
The
how
campaign
Cade
is
comes
just
back.
the start of the Pale Heart. After you've reached the monolith and
So it's only natural that when you are going to confront the Witness, you're going to do that in the raid. But that might not be enough. This is a moment where we need to rally all Guardians to be able to overcome the final shape and the Witness.
Oh, that looks like such a cool raid start. Yes,
In the
give us
final
the new
shape,
supers.
We are inside the Traveler, very close to this energy. This allows us to have new supers, Arc, Solar, Void.
We want to create something that turns you into an offensive powerhouse, but also
Yes.
can benefit your allies in a support capacity. There is this thread of team play and like working with your friends to overcome the odds. The Warlock Super is this ultimate expression of
Yes!
solar energy coursing through your
Yes!
game. This Solar Warlock Super is a callback to Radiance from
Yes.
D1.
Other than Golden Gun, this is the only other first-person super in Destiny right now. Your melee's like all these projectiles going off, doubling the amount of projectiles. Your grenade almost being sentient as it searches around, and then it hits a character and bounces off and
That's
goes to another
cool.
one. And you're so overflowing with this energy that you are also giving it to your allies, allowing them to have their solar weapons supercharged, applying Scorch when they're shooting.
The new Solar Warlock aspect, when I cast my Rift, it is going to create this little solar soul that when it
Yes.
sees an enemy, it launches part of itself out and hits the enemy and explodes and scorches them.
It just feels
We
very
finally have a
alive.
solar buddy.
Twilight Arsenal.
Now, Warlock is cool, but
Layered super.
This is the only ranged one-off offensive super for Titans in the game. The Titan jumps up into the air, summons this giant void axe, throws it, summons another one, throws it, summons another one, looks at a different group of enemies, throws it. And when these axes fly through the air, they stick into the ground or an enemy, do their void gravity thing where they suck a bunch of energy and enemies in and then explode. But that doesn't destroy the axe. The axe sticks around.
Oh my
and you and your
gosh.
allies can go and pick up that axe and start wailing on enemies.
All right, I'm sorry.
This
Titans
super is
are getting the
insane to
best
me.
super.
The Void Titan aspect, I press and hold my grenade button to consume my grenade and turn it into the shield. The more damage it takes,
cool.
the more it charges up, and then I can release that, and it creates this blast that deals massive damage.
That's cool. That's so cool.
The Hunter Arc Super.
Arc is all about finding the shortest distance between 2 points. The Hunter kind of rears back, takes this knife, and throws it across the world, and then is able to blink to its position, do the slash that just decimates anyone nearby.
One really great thing about that is not just you do it once, but you're able to do it 3 times, along with devastating attacks each time you do it.
Oh my
The Hunter
gosh.
has an aspect. We take our staff, we twirl it in the air, which propels us upward. It creates this burst, which amplifies you and any allies near you.
It almost makes it feel like you're playing a fighting game, right? Like these combos that you're chaining together to do these different moves. It like takes that sandbox to the next level.
The more aspects we have, the more capable we are to do that.
It feels like you're like riding the light.
I wasn't
you know?
expecting them to
Like
give us
that
new supers for
instantaneous,
these
like,
guys, but
That was
that's
good, but I
so
think it's more
cool.
like, you know?
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I'm happy for Warlocks, but Titans definitely got the best
Weapons team has
upgrade
been
here.
working on all sorts of goodness. We've got exotics, we've got legendaries, we've got perks. We're always cooking up stuff. We're always playing with stuff that we think is like really interesting or taking inspiration. We have Tessellation, which is this exotic pyramid fusion rifle. It has the really intriguing property of adapting your Guardian's current damage type.
This will be the first time that you can run a weapon that can adapt to be strand or stasis in the energy slot. So you'll be able to run an entirely strand or entirely stasis loadout.
That's
Tessellation
cool.
has the additional property that you can special reload to reshape your grenade and suck it into the weapon, and then fire out a super destructive single projectile. It's a really special weapon.
What's the one specific exotic that I can make that's
It's
like
pre-order.
really zany that you would like right now?
What if Golden Gun was a sniper rifle?
What if you could harness the might of the Traveler? You know, we had a moment where we saw that Traveler Beam cutscene. I know people on Weapons went, I kind of want that. You're like, that is incredibly dope.
Oh
So
my
we've got this
gosh.
opportunity to bring back these iconic Destiny 1 weapons.
Yes!
And really turn it into something that feels
Yes!
unique in Destiny
Dragon's
2.
Breath!
We have to bring Vostok into the fold.
The
Yes.
Red Death exotic pulse rifle.
And Dragon's Breath, burn the world, burn it all.
Oh my gosh.
In the final shape, we have new weapon subfamilies coming, broadening what existing weapons can be.
Really like bordering on exotic functionality. So for example, we've got a rocket pistol sidearm subfamily.
No
we always
way.
liked the special ammo sidearms. This fires tiny, slow-moving rockets. They hit very hard, do a bit of AoE damage. They have a mixture of regular weapon and rocket launcher stats. We're also doing a new support weapon subfamily.
The support frame auto rifle is a type of legendary auto rifle. It'll let you switch seamlessly from firing at enemies to healing your allies.
That's
I'm really
cool.
excited to
And it's a
bring it to
legendary.
dungeons and keep
Freaking
it
heck.
alive, honestly.
Yeah, Destiny just said
Weapons
F
team
power
is always
creep.
coming up with new ideas. We've got a ton of new cool stuff coming over the next few years, and some new and really wild ideas, which we're pretty excited about.
Dude.
Come on, take a load off. We've got a lot to cover. This place is only big enough for one dashing hero type, and that's me, so. I'm back! Hey, you two, give me a sec. I was magnificent. This is great. Anyone want a hug? Get your rock off my map. Worst case scenario, you die. But who knows? Maybe you won't. Well, better get back to it.
In the
this moment where we're driving to the end of the Light and Darkness saga, it's great to see Cade like return to this world at this moment with all this change about to culminate with this confrontation with the long-standing enemy, the Witness.
Cade is the quintessential hunter. His presence casts such a long shadow over the story of Destiny, whether it was when he was alive or when he was dead.
What Cade goes through in this journey, how he serves as a catalyst for the other characters, the events that are uncovered to have brought him back. This is how the story had to end. There was no end to the Light and Darkness saga that didn't have Cade here alongside his friends to finish the job.
I'm
Once
excited
we
to see how
started
this
digging
works.
into the nature of the Pale Heart, I think that crystallized Cade's role as a guide. Cade is Virgil, and he's our guide through this other place. Cade is the one who is the most appropriate person to be the guide, because that's his job.
Oh, that's
always
such a
been his
cool
job.
concept.
It just feels so natural for Nathan to be back in the booth. It felt amazing to just see him slip back into the role, like, without missing a beat.
Right, instantly.
In the flesh, or metal, as it were.
Cade's the glue that's always held Zavala and Ikora together. Having him back puts them in a position of questioning where they've been and what they've done without him.
You think about the journey that Zavala's been on and how he's been taken down this dark path, and you think about the weight that's been on Ikora, having to hold the Vanguard together, having Cade's voice of levity and brightness that he brings to that group. I think it's going to be great for them.
Well,
I can already promise you right now, chat, I will be
to take away
bawling
that
like a
sense of
baby
reunion and that idea of like
when this reunion
the
takes
gang
place.
being back together for this moment.
I'm here now. Wherever the hell here is.
All right. So how are we gonna get here?
Guardian, the Witness poses a dire threat. And the Witch Queen holds the answers we seek.
Oh, what the?
Only if we contend with her sister, Zivu Araf. It rests with me.
Will you come back from this?
Do not be afraid.
Bring me your tithes.
Did Eris just consume a
Wield
worm?
hive magic and have entwined it with your light. Assault the Spire, Guardian, and open the way to our tides.
We can become boomers!
Let them know fear. The death of whispers, and they do whisper.
Tarot cards. Alright.
Fight in my name, Guardian. Every opponent you defeat strengthens me. My appetite rises for your brutal tribute.
Where are we?
Let us show her what it is to be Hive.
I was gonna say, these are Lucent Hive.
You have sounded the horn of battle! You are deserving of the greatest death I can bestow.
Season of the Witch. Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
The Season of the Witch is our opportunity as players. We've been annihilating and breaking Hive spells, and now we finally get to cast them.
At the end of Season of the Deep, we learn that Savathun has the key to getting into the portal that we need to go into. That means we have to go find Imaru, her ghost. Imaru's like, not so fast. We've got a bigger problem first, and that bigger problem's name is Zivu Araf. If we fight her, she only gets stronger. Eris has an idea. It's a really
good
It's a wild ass idea, yeah. She determines like, well, the best way to fight fire is with fire. We are channeling all of that energy that we're creating by going through, by eliminating enemies, and we're tithing to our friend Eris.
Bring me your tithes.
What does that mean for the characters and the player to kind of like be like Savathun? And that's where we went down the path of having Hive Eris. We want to extend that magical fantasy into the player then. That ability to have overwhelming magical power, that risk and reward into all of our activities and systems experiences. And so that's what led us to come up with things like Deck of Whispers. It's this magical deck of cards that creates amazing synergies with your buildcraft meta and with buffs and the activities.
They can then choose these cards at will, whichever ones they want, and then that really leans into the build crafting.
You actually are getting cards that you can then use to place on the battlefield and change the way you play.
I'm such a sucker for deck building. Like being able to like bring that element into Destiny gameplay has just been like, oh, chef's kiss.
Yeah, it's
really
super fun.
So we've got 2 brand new seasonal activities coming with Season of the Witch. We've got Altars of Summoning and Savathun's Spire.
Savathun's Spire is our new 3-player offensive. You're doing a lot more with the Lucent Hive magic, but it's got a high amount of combatant density. It's got additional random encounters that you can come across.
The Witch's Spire itself, Savathun's Spire, was like her reliquary for all these different magical experiments as she was learning the light. You're there in order to learn as much as you can in order to become a master spellcaster, right? To become like Savathun. The Altar of Summonings activity is really exciting because you can spend like 20 minutes in it or you can spend 2 hours in it.
It's a 3-player experience that you can hop in and hop out of. As you're going through this activity, you're filling the tithing bucket. As that tithing bucket is filled up, you'll get progressively more rewards. And then finally at the end, it'll cash out and you'll get a whole mess of rewards.
Okay. That'll be cool to
We
experiment
really
with.
wanted to make sure that there was a home for any exotic mission content coming in seasons after the year has passed. And so we developed what we're calling the Exotic Mission Rotator.
Right away, we're getting Presage, Vox Obscura, and Operation Seraph Shield.
This is some of the most fun content the team has making. It's some of the content the fans and players of Destiny love the most. The most exciting thing,
more
outside of
won't
just
come
the
till
missions
next year.
themselves, is that every time we put a mission inside of that rotator, the exotic that comes alongside of it will become craftable. With Season of the Witch, we have a brand new Vex lo-fi PvP map coming. It's really exciting. It's got a bunch of really tight gameplay experiences. We wanted to make sure that we focused the combat.
it's
a
got
little
my
bit
helmet.
more. With the new Vex network map, we really wanted to make sure we hit is like, hey, you're shoulder to shoulder more often. There's not as much deep sight lines that you're interacting with. And a lot of the flow of the map is actually built around this like kind of central pillar of the Vex network that you're orienting around.
And there's also some modes coming too, right?
We've got a new PvP game mode coming that's all about relics. It's about multiple relics, so it's not just one like the Scorch game mode from the past. So we've got the shield coming from Vault of Glass, we've got the spear back from Season of the Risen.
And we've got the scythe from Season of the Haunted.
Yeah, so you're gonna be reaping Guardians with that thing. It's a lot more tactical gameplay. It's all about running around the map, claiming these relic dispensers, and then grabbing them in order to push for victory.
I will take what I need. The words in my throat are the weapon in my fist.
We were feeling pretty Hivey this season, obviously. There's something in the air. And so when thinking about like, what's a good raid reprisal that would really suit this very
Crota.
Hivey season, there's only one answer.
Told you, chat. There's gonna be Crota. There it is.
I have seen what the Hive call a god.
He's back, baby. Oh, is that the armor? They're bringing back the Moment of Triumph's armor. Oh, yes. Gosh, that's gonna suck. They're gonna make that so hard.
Only a true weapon of the
Necrochasm.
is wrath.
Perfect. Alright, looks like gates might still be the same mechanic. Okay, this is different. They're gonna make that a boss instead of 2 like just orange bar wizards on a time limit. I'm curious to know how that boss fight's gonna change. Yeah, and then you get a ring for completing it, which I won't buy. It's too expensive for just a ring.
Heading into the final shape, we really want to rally all Guardians at the end of the Light and Darkness saga. We want to reduce those power barriers, as well as catch people up on key story beats and make sure that they have a really great and easy time connecting with other players. In the final shape, we're trying to find ways to make power more simple and easy to understand, and also lowering the barrier to entry.
It's going to make it easier for players who have not been able to jump into game easily because they were held back by the challenges in grinding for the power levels that are required by these different activities.
One of the major changes that's going to be happening starting with the final shape is there are going to be a certain number of activities that are going to be power fixed. So it doesn't matter kind of what power level you are going into it, you're always going to be able to approach it. There's still going to be tiers of difficulty that you can do, things that are just meant to be experienced a certain way.
Things like Nightfall strikes that will still have power enabled, and that's where we're really going to focus the whole power climb.
The raids, the contest modes that everybody loves to engage with, that experience is fundamentally going to be staying the same.
I'm excited for this because I think there will be a lot more clarity for players in terms of
Bungie's
understanding
been experimenting with it. They
difficulty
like
of
what
things,
they've
where
done.
they sit now in the spectrum.
One way that we're trying to do that is making it easier for new players to engage with you. So we're introducing something that we're calling Fire Team Power.
You can actually bring your friends along to play any dungeons and raids in the game without having to wait them to be at a certain power level. The person with the highest power in your fire team is actually going to bring all the others close to their power level, which means that there's no barriers really for any other Guardian to join you in this high-level content.
When it's combined with Fireteam Finder, it also allows you to find strangers, people you've never played with before, and have that same experience. That's all regardless of the power level of you and the rest of the people in your fire team.
Fireteam Finder is a new feature that's coming in Season
Direct
23,
salty
aimed
beats.
at helping connect and find other people to complete the best and most aspirational
go.
content in Destiny. We have a tag system that allows players to be able to say, well, this is my play style. I'm really chill. I'm anti-sweat. I'm just really here to have a good time. Exactly.
Tags really allows players to show a little bit more personality, show a little bit more about what they're about. I think what's really great about it is with this launch, we're also looking at including inclusion tags.
As an example, one of the inclusion tags that we have are for colorblind players. Hopefully the inclusion tags will bring players closer to finding their community and even closer to the people that they're playing with. So once a listing goes live, players will be put into a listing lobby where players can gather, they can communicate with each other. So we wanted to make it as convenient and as easy as possible for players to not just sit and stare at a screen for a long time while their listing actually fills up.
As a gamer who's typically more solo, I'm especially excited about this because it really is about helping reduce that anxiety and burden that comes with trying to make a new connection. The feature coming out today that I'm incredibly excited about is Timeline Reflections. Essentially what we have done is we went back to previous expansions and pulled out missions that we felt really represent key narrative beats within our story. We are going to have a mission for Forsaken, mission for Beyond Light, as well as a mission for Witch Queen.
Thanks for the memories, Guardian.
The neat thing about these missions is they're not going to be like one-to-one for how you would experience them in the campaign. You're also going to get additional pieces of narrative fed to you to like identify like, hey, this is why it's important that this happened, and here are the people you met along the way.
A really big one that's really timely for Final Shape is Cade's last stand from Forsaken.
So kind of a way
This
for
is a moment that a lot of players new and
that's
old
good.
are going to come back to Destiny. I think this is just the right time to introduce features that are going to allow those players to jump right in and find people to play with and enjoy this content regardless of their power level.
Nice. Anything to make it more friendly.
We're reaching the end of this 10-year journey. What comes next?
Yeah,
The
here we
episodes.
go.
And the new way we're going to tell stories moving forward.
What's really important about episodes is that it's a really big shakeup to what we've been doing. Instead of providing 4 seasons a year, you are going to get 3 larger episodes. And so the first 3 episodes in this coming year are called Echoes, Revenant, and Heresy. It's coming right after
Interesting.
the final shape. And the theme for the year
All
is going to
right.
be all about the consequences and aftermath of the final shape. I think what's really the cornerstone of the episode model that we're building is the 3-act
makes sense.
structure. The acts act as these anchors for us to introduce new weapons, new artifact mods, new activities. There's going to be new missions coming around the core. There'll be new story moments in every single one of these acts. We're actually providing more cinematic styled experiences throughout the final shape year and the episodes with it than any of the seasons we've ever developed before.
These new
Nice.
stories are actually playable as standalone. Like each episode is something you can experience whether you've been playing Destiny for 10 years or this is your first one.
You're going to be able to basically enjoy them in any order you want to.
I think the opportunity with this big epic moment is that we get to innovate the game. We get to move the game forward.
It's all about change.
I like it.
Frequently. It's all
I'm
about
optimistic
deeper
about that
story
change to the
moments. It's all
seasonal
about
model.
More weapons, more loot.
We'll have to see what the
more
pricing
often. It
is
really
and
provides the
what's
team with
actually
a
in there.
platform to go much deeper into the themes and
But
fantasies and story of
on
any
paper,
individual
sounds good.
episode as compared to the seasons you know of today.
I'm so excited to see what the narrative team can do with this kind of new platform of storytelling. Episodes provides this awesome foundation for the future of Destiny.
We're moving into the next stage of Destiny 2. I think some people look at the final shape and they think Destiny 2 is coming to the end. And in many ways, it's the opposite. We're leaning in. We're putting the pedal to the metal. Episodes provide us a new, innovative way for players to engage with Destiny 2 throughout the year.
What makes a guardian a guardian? Devotion, bravery, sacrifice. We know that we were chosen for a reason, by something greater than ourselves.
Guardian. Guardian? Eyes up, Guardian.
Shaped by the fires of each new battle, we are forged and sharpened into what we must become for the fight ahead. We are the final line that halts the second collapse.
All of us. Every Titan. Every Warlock. Every Hunter.
What is it the Guardians say? Devotion inspires bravery.
Bravery inspires sacrifice.
Sacrifice leads to death.
The line between light and dark is so very thin.
That's cool.
Let's cross it together.
I never made that
There
connection
are
with those
things
scenes.
out in the dark that only the dark can overcome. Trust me.
You've heard the stories of the Traveler's sacrifice, of darkness descending upon humanity.
Our purpose is its end. This time, there is no escape.
It's going to be an exciting year for Guardians. We get to make good on a promise that we made way back in 2014. There was classic rock blasting, a fire team racing across our solar system, and at the end, a simple message: become legend. Today, you got a glimpse at how we'll be cementing your legend in this upcoming year. We're going to be heading inside the Traveler, experiencing a destination unlike anything we've ever built before. We'll face the biggest bad we've ever made, and we'll do this all alongside a streamlined progression system, allowing us to easily play with friends in any content in the game. And as the dust settles in the final shape, we're going to continue our legends in Echoes. It's Destiny's first episode in a new phase of storytelling for Guardians, with brand new conflicts born from the resolution of the Light and Darkness saga. These first episodes are just the beginning. But if you're chomping at the bit to see how the Light and Darkness saga is going to kick off the future of Destiny 2, we've got a ton of great content for you to jump into today. Going live after this, we've got Season of the Witch, with a new story new weapons, new armor, new activities, and new PvP content, all alongside a series of story catch-up missions, allowing any of your friends to jump into the game and get up to speed on what's happening in this world. Then, next week, a brutal reprisal of Crota's End is going to join the ranks of our aspirational content. I can't wait to see you all in the Throne World as we learn more about the final shape and how we can stop it.
Do not be afraid. Bring me your tithes.
After all these years, all we've lost, this fight might be our last. So I'm asking you to rise one last time.
Oh my gosh. I just can't. That was so good.
When we create a collector's edition, we try and recreate items from the universe for players to enjoy outside of the game. So this year we're doing a Destiny 1 tower. We really try to work hard at thinking about 10 years of Destiny and how best to encapsulate that experience.
Even as a game dev who've worked on it since day one, like I think having it be the tower is super exciting for us because it's going to kind of catalog your journey of a player from when you first started playing Destiny all the way to now. The tower, it's kind of like the beacon in which you're a place you can call home.
You get the tower, and then there are actual figures
Oh, that's
of
adorable.
the Vanguard mentors that accompany that architectural model.
There's a lot of like hidden messages and hidden things.
There's gonna be some fun surprises. We're always trying to push the envelope. And so we've been playing a lot with magnetic locks and sound effects, lights, just sort of make this experience as a whole really special. It's sort of the perfect symbol of Destiny. I'm so excited for it.
Me too.
Chat, I don't buy collector editions, but I think I'm going to for Final Shape. How can I not? Look at that epic scenery. Oh my gosh. That's so good. What a screen grab right there. Oh my gosh. Well, chat, I don't know, I cannot be more hyped. Witch Queen was the most hype I had ever been for a Destiny expansion. Like I said, I missed Forsaken, right? So I missed that hype. Or at least like the initial launch of it. So the only expansions that I've had a hype for was Taken King, Rise of Iron, Shadowkeep, Beyond Light, Witch Queen, Lightfall, right? Taken King was the top until Witch Queen, for sure. But this, how could you not be hyped? It could be a negative Nelly, sure, but I have zero doubt that Bungie is gonna nail this. I think they're over-delivering. And I couldn't be more happy. Alright, So we're gonna watch the post show. Sorry if the screen's flickering. I'm just pulling up other windows and OBS isn't liking it. Let's go to Bungie.net. They've already updated the page. Oh, it looks so good. You know what, chat? Let's look at this. Look at this. Okay, we still have Lightfall here. Oh, that was weird. What is happening? Oh. Did my stream get disconnected? You know, that might... No. You know, that might... We okay? Yeah, we okay. We okay. My internet is dying though, chat. It is not liking everything that's happening. Where are these notifications? Come on. The Bungie website is down. I just want to look. Look. Alright, whatever. There we go. We rolled it back a little bit because we were having network issues, but let's see if we can reconnect. I am so excited for Final Shape. I really am. And this next season, I'm actually insanely excited for. This new season looks so good. Just narratively, and then gameplay-wise, it looks like they're switching it up. And I couldn't be happier.
Hello, Guardians. Welcome to the post-show stream.
So loud.
My name is Taylor Liz. I am a Destiny 2 player and content creator. I'm excited to be here live at Bungie.
No idea
We're gonna
who
have
this
two
chick
segments
is.
for you today. A little later in the show, I'll be playing through the brand new Season of the Witch content with my good friend Pika Peach. Right now, let's sit down with Bungie developers to talk more
What a
about
great
what we
name,
just saw
Pika Peach.
and what's next for the future
I
of
like that.
Destiny 2. Pika,
Never heard
over
of
to
him.
you.
Thank you so much, Taylor. My name is Pika, and I'm also a content creator and Destiny 2 fan. You can often find Taylor and I playing together in some sort of challenge in-game. I'm beyond honored to be sitting down with everyone here today, so let's do some more introductions.
Thank you, Pika. It's great to have you here. Hi, my name is Cosmo. I'm the lead community
Yes,
role here at
Cosmo.
Bungie, and my role is supporting our amazing community team and all the great work they do, helping prepare weekly check-ins and sending info out to our players.
We love
I'm going
Cosmo.
to be teaming up with Pika today, and we're going to be asking some of these guys some questions and go over some of the things that we didn't get to cover in the showcase. So, yeah, Dan?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Dan McAuliffe. I'm the general manager for Destiny 2. And that mostly means that I get to support all the amazing talent that makes this game. So thanks for sitting down with us today.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to it.
I'm Joe. I'm the game director on Destiny 2. And actually, while Taylor and Liz were doing the intro, I was hiding behind a pillar for the last 10 seconds. So y'all can like roll back the VOD and see if I did a good job or not.
Awesome. So let's get into some questions. As a player, what are you guys most hyped about regarding the Final Shape and beyond? Anything specific you can call out?
For me, I'm really excited about
We'll
the
watch
story.
this entire
This is going to be
post show
epic
before
conclusion
jumping to the
the
game,
Light
just
and
because I know it's
Darkness
going to be a
saga. Like,
mess.
players are finally going to get to go into the Traveler, confront the Witness. Like, the stakes have never been higher. I'm just really excited to get to watch everybody play it out as soon as they can. Can we make it live right now?
I don't think
No.
so.
I tried. Anyway, what about you, Dan?
Oh, for me, I mean, it's a lot about the supers, right? Like, I just think we have this ability with these supers coming out to shift the meta in a really exciting way. And
Yeah,
like,
you
I
are.
just haven't played through them.
No.
No. I tried. Anyway, what about you, Dan?
Oh, for me, I mean, it's a lot about the supers, right? Like, I just think we have this ability with these supers coming out to shift the meta in a really exciting way. And like, I just haven't played through them.
No. I tried. Anyway, what about you, Dan?
Oh, for me,
I need to stop
mean,
doing stuff. My
it's
network
a
doesn't
lot
like
about the
it.
supers, right? Like, I just think we have this ability with these supers coming out to shift the meta in a really exciting way. And like, I just haven't played through them.
Oh my gosh. All right. Do we gotta lower the quality?
No. I tried. Anyway. what
Sorry,
about you, Dan?
chat.
Oh, for me, I mean, ability with these supers coming out to shift the meta in a really exciting way. And like, I just haven't played through them.
What? Chat, I don't know what's up. Well, that figures out its issue. Oh, everyone's saying it's Crash. Okay. It's not us. Actually. Hold up. You guys look at this. Look at the pretty picture. I'm gonna figure out something real quick.
So speaking of the Pale Heart, the reveal, it was.
But like, I think they're going to play in all parts of the game. So I think you're going to see these in the
I went
campaign,
to
obviously, but you're gonna
Bungie's,
see these in PvP, and they really feel like
page.
that sort of pinnacle achievement of our Guardians journey in a lot of ways. So just really excited to see the final product.
Yeah, for me, I guess it's maybe surprising. It's the weapons. And I know, like,
Shock.
yeah, we make a lot of weapons on Destiny 2, right? And so why are we excited about the weapons this time? I think the team sort of really looked and said, what's core to Destiny, right? Like, what's really important? And we said, hey, like, Destiny's at its best when you're getting a bunch of new weapons, and those weapons are so exciting that they are making it onto your character right away. They're like changing the way you play. So this is not just exotics, right? It's not just like, I think it was alluded to, like, what if Golden Gun was a sniper rifle? Pretty cool sniper rifle. I think it's also, we talked about these new, weapon subtypes. And so what's a support auto rifle? We've made guns that heal before. We've made exotics that do it. Well, if we do it in a legendary, what needs to be different about it so we can make this thing that feels as useful to a fire team as someone bringing Galahorn, that feels as useful as someone, bringing Divinity,
Like I said,
right? And
power
we know
creep
that's
is
the bar that
just
we have
off
to hit.
the
So we're looking
charts,
at a bunch
this-
of different things and saying,
this expansion.
okay, we're gonna make these guns and we're gonna make them matter, right? We're gonna go out and you're gonna get awesome stuff on, the Pale Heart. I think we showed a little bit of it. There's like these sweet, they look like a deck of cards if you go back and watch the footage. And there's a bunch of awesome stuff coming in the weapons. And so I think we're really just trying to hit that core, like, hey, we're a loot game, right? Like, the loot should be awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, me too. So speaking of the Pale Heart, the reveal, it was said in the reveal that the Pale Heart destination is the first linear destination ever done. So can you talk us through why it was decided to make it more linear destination?
All right, linear.
And
like,
what it means,
Yeah. So
the math lesson now?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many folks have been in algebra recently, but if you're like me and need a little refresher, linear
Please.
line, right?
Walk
like
me
that's
through
what
it.
we're saying here. So a classic Destiny destination, we think of it as a loop, right? There are these big public areas. They're all connected in a circle. And then from those areas, there's little offshoots. There are little alleyways that you can go to. And that just didn't make sense for going inside the Traveler. One, because the Traveler is huge. When we talk about the Pale Heart, we're saying,
they're right.
like,
They always design
hey, what
areas
if
like
you
that.
were an
It's a
alien, you
giant
landed
circle.
on Earth, and the only part of Earth you saw was like a parking lot in Montana, and you were like, "Oh, this place is huge, right?" Like, it's sort of like, okay, so we're going to show you a really small slice of what is inside the Traveler, and then we said it needs to feel like you're going somewhere important. It's a vast, unknowable place. Okay, well, on one end, we've got the portal.
Right.
And on the other end, we've got the Witness that's built this giant monolith. And so every single area that we've built is built in a consecutive line from one to the other. So you
Gosh,
travel through these things.
I hope there are
you can look
checkpoints
back
along the
at
way.
what's-
I don't
what's
want to
more.
be
And if you need to
running.
go to the next part, you're not going into these offshoots that dead end. You are going to where you need to be going. It's really focused on, hey, you've got a job to do here.
So it's like tracking your journey.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay, cool. Well, that sounds insane. So, super different.
That's what we go for.
During the showcase, it was also mentioned that completing the campaign would unlock the full destination, and that it almost like reacts as we progress. Is that kind of what you're hinting at, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so I think two things we want people really to come away with thinking when they think about. One, this is a bit different in the way that you experience the Pale Heart right away. So normally you might land on the throne world and you do a mission, and then you're out with your Sparrow exploring the throne world, doing the missions if you want to. Day one of the final shape, you got a job to do, right? And so it is mission, right? And you just go through and you say, hey, we've got to stay focused on this thing. When you get to the end of that,
You know,
day
that
one
makes sense,
experience,
combining narrative and
everyone
gameplay
can sort of,
together.
like, collectively take a breath, collect themselves, and then you just this realization like, oh, we're like inside the Traveler, right? Like we should probably go see what that's about. And so the whole destination unlocks for you. And there's a lot of things that are different about the Pale Heart than our other destinations. I think we're gonna save some of those juicy tidbits for what's different about this destination and how it sort of compares to what we've done in the past. But yeah, it's a pretty different experience than even what you might expect in somewhere like the Dreaming City.
And for real, like we do want to save some of these juicy tidbits, not just because it's fun, but because like, I mean, the Traveler's just been this inscrutable godlike sphere that people have wanted to know more about for so long. And like, this is their opportunity to experience some of that mystery. And I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Well, it's alive, right? So what can we really expect?
Yeah, I think we talked about this. We showed a little bit. The section that you're in, it's shaped off of who's there, right? And so who's been there?
So cool.
The Witness, right? The Witness
messing stuff up.
Yeah, chilling right there. We're trying to knock on the door. We don't know how to get inside. And and we're gonna make it eventually. And so it's got this both really unique aspect to it, and a bunch of the geo looks like stuff that you've never seen before. A bunch of these places feel like, this heaven on one side, hell maybe in the middle, crazy destiny surrealness at the end. And then there are these accents of like, oh, I'm at like a crazy heavenly beach, and then you see this giant ghost carved into a mountain, or you see the D1 tower erecting out of this. And so, we're really excited to sort of
I'm excited to see
give
what
people
the
this, like, distilled
design
Destiny
team
experience that still
did with
feels
this,
really
'cause I'm
new
sure they
right here.
just went on a heyday with it.
So Dan, we've got feedback from players who wanted to learn more about the origins of the Witness and the Veil during the Lightfall campaign, rather than wait until like later on in the seasons. So players have big narrative expectations for the final shape. How are we taking this feedback and making this the epic conclusion that this first?
I'm glad they're hitting the questions.
Oh yeah, no, I mean this is the sort of fun.
You
of
know
the
this is all
challenge for this,
pre-made,
right? Because
but-
the Light and Darkness saga has been such a
pre-planned, I should
focal
say.
through line for really most of Destiny's existence, right? Like it is this epic story. Joe was just talking about, some of that sort of culmination of experience inside the Pale Heart, and so this is a spot where we have to really land that culmination in a satisfying way, right? Like there is a confrontation that's been happening. There's a story that's been being told. This part of the Destiny world, we have to end really well, and the players deserve that, and the story deserves that. And so there's some things we're doing to account for that. But in addition, we have to set up the next set of stories. We're going to talk probably more about episodes in a bit, but like starting after the final shape with the new episodes framework that we're rolling out, we're going to tell all different stories, and we'll learn more about the world of Destiny moving forward. So that's the unique challenge that we are taking very seriously. And to accommodate that, we've done more, I think, on the narrative side of the fence than we've even done in the past. More significant writers' rooms. We brought in more folks from even other parts of the studio to really kind of consult on this and make sure that, all of our fans who probably know the Destiny lore better than I do are getting the pieces and answers to the questions that they want answered. unless we want to save some of those questions for the future stories that we're going to tell.
Right.
You know, there's more to it that you and the team have been doing as well. If you want to talk to that.
Yeah, probably to steal a little bit from Cosmo's and Pika's questions and give them the note card shuffle here in a minute. I think one of the things that we knew that was going to be challenging about this is, hey, we're telling the climax of the story. We know that, hey, when you get in the final shape, in those first moments, we want you to feel like, okay, Bungie delivered on this promise, like delivered on this promise of becoming legend, delivered on like really putting a bow on the Traveler and Pyramid story. The thing that was also important for us is like, okay, well, you're gonna like confront the Witness, like the biggest bad in Destiny. Like, okay, we think you have to confront the Witness in the raid, right? Like a version of Destiny's chronological history where like the Witness was tough. Not quite as tough as Valka-Or, right? Like it's probably not a thing that our players are gonna be super happy about, not a thing I'm gonna be happy about. And so what we really think is this day one experience is sort of like the penultimate episode or the, you know, right before the season finale of your favorite TV show. And it really sets the stage for, hey, this is exactly what's going on in the world of Destiny. The stakes have never been higher. You go through a pretty epic journey. And then we say, okay, now we have to have this raid beat. And so it's sort of a reverse
this day one raid
some of our people remember that moment
is going to be one of
King,
the
we
most
deliver a thing where,
craziest things
hey,
ever.
day one, for 80% of our players, they're like, I dealt with Oryx. And then for like 20%, there was this other thing.
Everything I'm going to be
have
doing
another
between
experience with
now
Oryx.
and then in
And so
Destiny is
for
going
this
to
one, we said,
prepare
hey,
myself
everyone
for
to
that
go,
raid.
we
I
set up
am
what's
going to
happening
be
in the final shape. And then for everyone, right? And we're not going to get into
I
that.
do
right?
a lot of solo master
You should all
content
wait for the raid, right?
just
Like,
to
and we're
get
gonna,
my
like,
act together.
help make
See,
sure
I'm not the
everyone's
best
brought
player.
along for the end of this journey. I think it
And
takes
I need
a
to be.
lot of our learnings from both really classic experiences like Crota and Oryx and sort of infuses them with what we've been doing with things like Savathûn and Callus and like taking all that lessons and saying, okay, we think we can do this the right way.
Yeah, and also just for something like this, when you complete the circle of this story that we've been telling, we want to make sure that we're paying homage to the things of the past, and we're talking through just so many of the things that have made this story what it is, but also telling it in a way where if you're coming into the final shape as your first experience, you can enjoy the missions, you can enjoy the campaign, you can understand what is happening.
Right.
But there's just a lot more if you have almost a decade's worth of Destiny play knowledge that you can look at.
So it kind of sounds like that means I have to play the raid to get the full story?
No. Now, while we're really excited about something like Fireteam Finder coming in and making it easier for anyone to get into the raid and experience those beats.
Day one raids are just
I think
hard.
the different part from our strategy sort of as in the past was we said, hey, there's something more for those who raid. There is a piece of the story, right, that is told in the raid. There's a piece that's essential. But it is definitely not going to be a moment where only raiders get to see the end of the Light and Darkness saga.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So we carefully skirt around 1,000 plot points here.
So we showed a glimpse of the new enemy, the Subjugators. Are they going to be as terrifying as the Tormentors? Like, what sets them apart from previous enemies?
Yeah, we were running through some questions yesterday, just like this. Spoiler alert: we do practice a little bit. Like we do think about this. And I got in trouble because I said several obscenities last time I did this. So I'm not going to do that today on stream.
Who scolded you?
It could have been anyone. It could have been anyone that scolded me.
Okay.
And so I've been playing a lot of the Final Shape recently, probably surprising to no one. Subjugators are very different than Tormentors. Tormentors are sort of like this Kool-Aid man that busts through the wall and is like saying, all right, look at me, right?
What a great description of a tormentor.
Subjugators for us, they come out in these moments where you feel like you have a battlefield full of enemies, and then you hear the pyramid screech sound.
There's a
and you're
sound.
Like, and a subjugator beams in, and it's like they're the ultimate sort of backfield tactician, right? And they're doing things like giving everyone around it little pyramid buddies. Like you've been shot in PvP with an Arc Soul. Like imagine 10 taken scions, and suddenly a subjugator's like, what if you all had little pyramid buddies? And you're like, oh, thanks, subjugator, right? And so there's still these moments where you're like, you might want to just hold on to your super. You might want to hold on to some heavy ammo when you're playing through the campaign, just in case this busts through. I think one other thing that we've really learned from both Tormentors and Light Hive is we started building these sort of like captain-y units, right? These things that feel scary. And we were very careful in both Witch Queen and in Lightfall to make sure, hey, we don't want to overuse these. We don't want this to become a thing where you get a bounty and it's like, kill 20 Light Hive. Like, oh, wow, they're just everywhere. And I think we're striking an even better balance now that we have a palette of these captains where it feels like, hey, I'm getting these like really meaty sandbox experiences. And we know how to sort of engage them in both the destination and the strike
didn't
and the
appear
mission.
as often as I want them to.
I'm really happy with a bunch of
Hive
the
Guardians, they could have been a little more
Oh,
frequent.
totally. Yeah, my super basic take from having played it is that like, and I didn't know how this
But
was gonna
they're
play out
okay
until I
in
experienced
some
it. Joe
activities.
described it really well, but it's what I want from these units as a player is I want that moment of and insert obscenity here so Cosmo doesn't yell at me. But like, and the subjugator absolutely delivers that in the same way that I felt from the Tormentor, and the same way I definitely felt the first time I saw the Light Hive. But it's just to Joe's point, it's a very different way, right? Like it is when it comes out, like I'm just as terrified and worried for myself and my fire team, but for different reasons, and with different tactics, and you have to approach them a very different way. So I think it feels very good to me, at least as a player.
Why am I already nervous?
Because whatever he just described, what you were picturing, is probably lighter than what's actually going to happen. Like pyramid buddies are Arc Souls, and yeah, to say.
I'm picturing some, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous. Okay, so Dan, this is for you. Your favorite, or everyone's, not yours, everyone's favorite hunter, Cade 6, is seemingly back from the dead. Can we get a little bit of the story on that?
I mean, I'll happily take this one because I love talking about Cade 6. I mean, here's the reality. We've been talking about this all coming full circle, and Joe was talking about the campaign as mission. You have a mission. There's a thing that has to happen. And like both as players and developers, it was just hard to picture finishing this fight without Cade 6, right? And so
I'm opening up Twitter.
So
Let's
we
see what
brought
it's
Cade
got.
6 back, and you're going to get less details than you want. But but Cade 6 is back for this fight, and it was super important to us as you go through to have Cade 6, Zavala, Ikora on comms talking through. And I think the most critical part of that is it's Cade 6 with Nathan Fillion. And I don't know about everybody else, but like Joe and I were talking about this yesterday, and I think Joe said it really well, which is like when you're playing through the builds as you're going through, and the moment Nathan's line started actually coming through recorded, man, it just hits different, right? Like it just changes the dynamic for me as far as like what I feel about what's going through, the sort of complexities of the story. But the part that's important, I think, to know is that like this is Cade. Like Cade is back. Cade is with you on this journey. He is your guide through the Pale Heart.
Yeah.
And there's other stuff that we're not going to talk about just yet because I want players to experience it. But yeah, anything more you want to add there? It's exciting.
No, we'll probably say this a few times. We were like, what's the final shape? How are we going to do this? What's really important? We really wanted to make sure that this experience felt like the most distilled version of Destiny. Like it's Destiny dialed up to 11. It is
Twitter doesn't seem to be too
Destiny
crazy right
extract
now.
That if you were baking with, you only need a few drops. Like this is very potent. And for us, we knew, hey, we've been planning this narrative roadmap out for a long time. We were like, okay, we know we need to make the best of this moment that we have with Cade here. But I think it was really, again, as the VO starts to come in and you're in these missions, you're like, oh, that's like Cade 6 talking to me. And even, I wouldn't say everyone's favorite hunter. I mean, Eris Morn might have something to say about that. But yeah, it really starts to be like, okay, yeah, this is that distilled Destiny experience.
Yeah. I'm now picturing Destiny Extract on the Bungie store. I don't know what it's for,
I think
but
you got something here, actually. You could bottle this.
Yeah. Not sure what it smells like.
Probably like bath water.
I don't even want to speculate.
Yeah, just stop.
So we've been talking about Final Shape. Let's talk about episodes. We've seen some feedback from the players that the season model has gotten a bit predictable at times, and we just saw in the showcase our content cadence is getting refreshed with this episode model. Can you talk us through what episodes are and how they're going to be different than seasons?
Sure. Are they going to disappear at the end of the year?
I mean, let's start with sort of what episodes are at their core, right? I think the easiest way to think about episodes is the natural evolution of the seasonal model. Because the seasonal model's done a lot of great things for Destiny. I think we've been running seasons for the better part of 3 years at this point, and it has allowed us to deliver, really quality experiences at a 3-month, very fast cadence, really move the story forward. I think we've told some great stories, introduced some new activities, new mechanics, really moved everything forward.
Not everything
the
hits,
problem
but
is, and if we're being
a lot
honest with
better than
ourselves,
what
and
it
I'm
was
going to be honest with
before.
ourselves, we really bias towards consistency to do that, right? Like we wanted to deliver it quality, we wanted to deliver it on time, all the time to the player, but that made the experience somewhat repetitive. Like almost sort of by design in a certain way, which is now I think stretched out to the end of its utility. So episodes change up the framework and change up the delivery cadence. So there are 3 episodes a year. The first one will start alongside the final shape, and parts of it will start a little bit after. We can touch on that in a sec.
Okay.
But these 3 episodes are split into 3 acts each.
Okay.
And this means 2 things, really. One, that now what you're really looking at is 9 beats a year that are 6 weeks apart. And each of these beats gives us an opportunity to materially change the state of the game, materially move the meta forward, introduce new story, introduce new weapons, new perks, new activities. And it doesn't have to be so formulaic. So it allows us to do what I think Destiny does really well, which is get a little weird at times. It allows us to throw, I have some really bad baseball metaphors I'm not going to use, but like throw some curveballs into.
You just said you weren't going to use the baseball
no, I didn't
metaphors.
use the bad one.
Okay.
It's a good one. Okay. I can get really deep with this metaphor, and it's going to be interesting to about 4 people, so we're not going to do that. But it allows us to react more to what else is going on in the game. It allows us to change up the way we look at content delivery in a way that I think is just strictly better.
So each of those acts will have the changes
right?
to
these 6 weeks,
armor,
the 6 weeks
weapons,
in between major beats. I think is a really good way for
artifact
players
mods,
to
stuff like that.
play Destiny in where within their own lifestyle, how it fits into the white space of their life. I think it allows us to introduce different things, to try some different things, like I said, make it weird, and really start to experiment in a couple of places because of not everything has to be there all at once, right at the top.
Right.
So I think what episodes allows us to do is to not only continue telling stories in I think a new and pretty interesting way, but it also allows us to just really amp up the variety of the types of things that we can bring and when we can bring them into the game, which I think is just going to be a great experience.
Absolutely. What does that mean for the reward track?
Yeah, so one of the most interesting things that we're doing with episodes is probably how they start.
Okay.
So for us, again, we've talked a lot. It's pretty important that when the final shape is happening, everyone in the universe is saying, you know what's important? This whole thing that's going on in the Traveler right now. We've got to stay really focused. So we wanted the episodes to be a reaction to what happens when the final shape resolves, right? And so this means both. We don't want to tell a competing story at the same time.
True.
And we want, hey, once the first episode kicks off, for it to be in the context of what happens in the final shape. So the majority of the narrative content, the activity content, really when the episode begins, happens that reset after the raid. However, right away, we know there are some systems that just need to be online. So the reward track, you're going to be able to get Red Death, log into the game, claim it from the past.
So Red Death's going to be this.
In playtest.
I see.
It's a solar weapon. Can I say that? So a little bit someone from the weapons team is I should have said it was a solar weapon.
That's cool.
And
I like that.
I think we're excited for that. And there's even a few stuff that you're going to be able to get weapon-wise from the episodes themselves. We have another sub-archetype that's going to be out there. We haven't talked about what sub-archetype that is, but we might see it in I think it's the kind of thing that people are going to be like, oh, I might bring this to the Raids World First Race. And so we're excited for both having some of this content available right away, but keeping the meat of that narrative, keeping what's important for the story and the world of Destiny to say, no. We're going to say everyone's on the same page when this kicks off. If you are in episode 1, you're hearing those lines of dialogue, you're getting those story beats, everyone is saying, okay, we all just saw what happened, right? Like we were all there for that. And like, yeah, we were.
And nuts and bolts wise, so episodes, we're still going to run season passes alongside episodes. And so before, where it was a season pass specific to a season, now it's actually going to reset at every act. So you'll have 100 ranks for the first act of each episode, and then 50 additional will be added for each subsequent act. So 200 ranks throughout the course of an entire episode. And that length actually allows us to add some more stuff to it, right?
Yeah, I think we want to make sure that those additional ranks in Act 2 and Act 3 are really rewarding, and so we've both learned from our players, like, hey, we really value this. Can we get more of this? And so, like, great, we got that. And then we're also just going back to some old experiments. One of the things I'm really excited about is, in the 30th anniversary, we tried this experiment where, like, we're going to give everybody a tiger helmet, right? And it's like silver and it glows. And I'm like, yeah. And Hunters, Titans, Warlocks, they can all wear it. I'm like, maybe we should do that again. Maybe that should be what's on the very end of the pass, where you not only is there, a unique armor set, but at the end you can be like, hey, and I was there. I did the whole thing right now. Like, I have like this awesome helmet, and everyone wears the same thing. So we're excited to be taking a lot of learnings.
That'll be cool to see more of that.
Pushing this and saying, okay, I think we've made a thing that players are gonna be able to sink their teeth into and feel rewarded from and be excited about.
Yeah.
I like the idea of having like a unique reward to an episode. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, you answered the question about two separate narratives, so we don't need that card anymore. Good. What about the artifacts, like the perks? Like, are players going to have a different experience there, or are they going to get the same kind of like day one, or?
Yeah. So day one, you're going to see something that looks exactly what you expect the artifact to look like, right? It's got the same amount of rows and columns. We've really been honing in on how to like make each artifact feel different. What's going to happen, though, is when Act 2 rolls around, some magic space appears at the top of the artifact, and a whole nother row appears.
Okay.
And so this is not meaning you're going to get less in Act 1. You're going to get the same amount you're used to. But Act 2 brings another row. Whole new ways to modify the game. And Act 3, another on top of that.
I was going to say, if we have to restart every 6 weeks, I'm going to be a little upset.
It's not just that we're bringing new activity content in. It's not just that we're bringing new narrative content in. We are shaking up the meta. There's new rewards, there's new ways to play, there's new nightfalls in the rotation. All of this.
So the only concern here is that everything's a lot less and time gated even harder. But
players finishing the final shape, an episode kicking
getting
off,
the sense that
it's
not going to be
weeks
the
away
case.
from like, wait, Act 2 is like weeks away. And you're like, yeah, it's right around the corner. And then they're in Act 2 and like, oh, Act 3 is weeks away. Yeah. Like, how can we make sure that Destiny always feels like it's changing and evolving?
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like it'll be like really refreshing more often. But can you tell us what happens after the first 3 episodes? What's next with Destiny 2?
So the episodes are our new storytelling framework. You got to get less information than you want, but they allow us to really move the story forward in different ways. And so one of the things that we want to experiment with is, can we make some of these episodes more standalone stories? Do they have to all interconnect? Can you play them in specific orders, things like that? And so after the episode 3, the intention is to continue rolling episodes forward and keep telling different stories and take whatever learnings that we get from the first 3 episodes and start to evolve.
It makes sense. If these episodes are higher quality, getting rid of the yearly DLC
maybe keep that
and devoting that resources into the episodes might actually be better.
We got a lot of people, most of them are at home. I was going to point to the other side of the office. Most of us work from home now, that are working on Destiny 2 and are going to still be working on Destiny 2 after the final shape. And so,
I'm not going to kill you for that.
It is not just episodes. Like, we know there's a bunch of content and there's different ways that we can get that into players' hands. And those folks still want to make that content, like the awesome stuff that we're sort of known for. And so, again, we'll be a little coy here today. But yeah, just to go back to what Robbie was saying.
The question,
hey,
the sunsetting of content.
On the tires here. We're excited.
The question I want to know.
Yeah, and again, to what we were saying before, we think the episode model with the 3-act structure allows more flexibility for us to make some of that cool content and make some different content. And I think the team is pretty excited about that too.
So episode 4. Maybe. Who knows?
You know, you got to find out what happens in the first 3 episodes.
All right. So.
All right, here's the entire story. No.
All right. Well, I cracked the code. What are some changes that are coming that will make it easier to get my friends in the game?
There's a ton. I mean, there's a ton. So we'll go through some specifics, but like finding ways to make it easier for people to group up and play together and improve that experience was a pretty big focus for the last year and a half and moving forward. I'm taking with Joe on time because, you know, time's hard, especially in quarantine. But
so we got Fireteam Finder coming in season 20.
Absolutely, yeah. But even before we get into the specifics, like Destiny's just better when you're playing with friends. It's better in groups. It's better with a fire team. And so being able to build that fire team and being able to play the best content is the sort of overarching goal for what we're trying to do. And yeah, so we got Fire Team Finder. We got Fire Team Power. We've got Timeline.
Reflections.
That's
we probably got another scoop or two. I'm making sure that Kelly isn't opening that door to run over and tackle me before I give another thing here. Season 22. Oh, we can say Season of the Witch now. Season of the Witch.
Yep. That's right.
Today is coming out with a thing that we sort of call like the main quest update. This is an update to your quest page.
Okay.
Where we're like taking over that front page and saying, hey, this is the big quest. And here's another quest that's important. And so we think super important for our new players that get inundated with a ton of content to go see. And they're like, wow, what are my friends focused on? Can I make sure that's out? This is great for them. It's also great for people that are already playing Destiny and the like, okay, I finished day 1 of the final shape. And you're like, I got a lot of, which ones are the important ones, right? Which ones are first? And so there's a group of, you know, a big group of developers here who are always looking and saying, okay, what's the next pain point for Destiny players?
Sure.
And so we're really excited about Fireteam Power. I think it's going to both be a way that for engaged Destiny players to still really care about getting their power up and their light up, but also allow, you know, I've got friends that haven't played Destiny in a while, and I would love to just say to them, hey, just get in the game. Whatever guns you have, you're going to group up with me. We're going to do the dungeon.
Yep.
We're going to go play PvP. We're going to go
It's
do
the
this thing, and you're
ultimate
gonna be able to enjoy
I'll
yourself.
carry
And
you
there's still this
scenario.
incentive, and like, okay, well, I'd rather be not 5 under Joe's power and seeing him beat me on the damage tables, right? Like, let's get, let's clear that gap. But for
But
a
it
bunch
is
of
an
people that wanna
average,
come
as you
back
can
and play with
tell.
their friends,
I don't know if
think
you
we're doing-
noticed that.
We're doing a lot here. We're excited about Fire
I think
Team
they said
Finder
it'd
as
just be
well.
the
Like, I
highest,
think there's
but
going to be this whole new
what
influx
it
of
showed, it was
Guardians in
average.
Season 23.
So
They're going to be like, Last Wish. So what's that all about, right? Like, I've heard some things. There's a dragon there. Let's go. Let's just go check that out. And I think it's a big precursor to what we want Destiny to be. We want to stop hiding our best content by a bunch of walls behind people and say, no, come in here, experience this. There's a lot to chase, even after you access the content. So let's make it easier to access the content.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. It's just that, like, I want an experience for Guardians between Fireteam Finder and Fireteam Power, and where you can come into the game and be like, I heard that's the best content in the game. I want to be able to go play it, and be able to go play it. Right?
Are you this tall? Sorry.
Yeah, you can't ride the ride. Exactly. Like, I feel called out. But in all seriousness, like, that's the goal behind all these systems. And I think Joe painted a really good picture of why it's still important for the really, you know, top end players to really want to go and keep themselves as high end and have all the weapons and all that stuff, even for that content. But give those other players the ability to try it, because I think that's where Destiny's at its best, is in some of those.
And we didn't talk a bunch about this, but, you know, we know that Guardian Ranks has done a bunch for our new players this year in helping them get through and onboard the system.
Guardian Ranks has been a huge success.
Guardian Ranks wasn't able to solve, like, okay, I understand what a mod is, but who are these people? Who are the Hive? Who is Cade 6? Everyone keeps talking about Cade 6. And so Timeline Reflections, we're not going to put Bife out of business anytime soon, but getting that experience in game to be able to go, look, hey, I want to go to the timeline. I want to read a thing. I can watch a thing. Oh, and then I can play a thing, right? Like, it's one thing to hear about Cade. It's another thing to play with Cade.
Right.
And I think that for, you know, a bunch of our new players, it's going to be an exciting way to experience some content. And I think even some of our older players are just going to be like, you know what I want to go do today?
A little nostalgia.
I want to go hang out with Cade 6 in a prison.
That's right.
I went back and played every story mission in D1 the other day. It's just we want to do that.
So there's two ways that we're really thinking about power in Final Shape and beyond. One is what we're calling power fixed activities. And so this is stuff like free roam destination, the regular strikes queue, the base power of an exotic mission, right? Which we're really excited. Like, we want to build more Seraph Shields. We want to build more Presages. And so for a bunch of this, we're going to say, even if you don't have a friend, right, go into this, bring whatever you want. We've adjusted the difficulty for it to just feel good to play, right? And so we know you want to go around the destination and be able to one-shot dregs with the hand cannon. Yeah. We also want the destination to put up a little bit of resistance and to feel like maybe I can't be shot by 15 dregs. And so like we're dialing in that power, but we're saying, okay, this is a great like base experience. For the story of Final Shape, that experience is power fixed. So you're going to get power upgrades, but you don't have to equip them, right?
Right.
Then post that, we're saying, hey, we've got a bunch of power-enabled activities too. There's the aspirational stuff, the raid, the dungeon, trials, right? For this, say, okay, I care about power. And so we've got an employee that we like to pick on here, a guy by the name of Matt Noguchi, who is a very hardcore Destiny player. I think that I'm a hardcore Destiny player, and then I look at my friends list, I'm like, how is his pass level this high, right? Like,
amazing.
And so we still want to say, hey, you feel like you're rewarded and engaged, but you can go into Nightfall and let's say, hey, you've been out across the world doing good deeds. You weren't able to play Destiny for the last 3 months. You come back and say, I like Destiny, but what I really like are dungeons, really like are raids. Yeah. Okay. Get in Matt Noguchi's fire team. Anyone that's in, a pre-made fire team, whether you made this fire team in Fire Team Finder or whether you made it from your friends list, it's going to look at, say, who's the highest fire team, like who's the highest power level, and then it's going to take that and say, we're dialing the numbers. I think right now it's 5. It might be 3. Yeah. I'm going to say, okay, everyone in here, 5 below, no matter what. Now, if you're close on that, great. We're going to respect your power. But no matter what guns you have, no matter what armor you have, we're going to say, hey, we're going to take this all up. And so you don't have to worry about, hey, I don't have.
I stopped paying attention.
I
opened up
instead I'm
to
like,
see what
hey,
people
go
say.
Play the raid, and then go get the new really good raid weapons, right? Like that's the thing we want you to be caring about. Not that you can't step in the content at all, right? Focus on the optimization, not on the requirement.
So I can load in with the green loadout?
You want to. Listen, I put on some armor that can't take resistance mods, and that's a bold choice.
But doable.
But doable, yeah. We will not, so I'm sure we'll see some wacky raid clears that are like, I did it all on the Broken Parade set. And they're like, you certainly did.
That sucks for you.
Yeah. What about with trials? It's like the one kind of like PvP the thing that
yeah, so we know there are some important reasons to keep power on in trials and really try to keep that a fair playing field. And so right now it's power enabled, and we're going to have a switch where we're going to say, hey, we're going to test out Fire Team power in this. Because 1, we want to make sure that we keep that experience in a good spot. 2, like it is an experience where I've got this friend Shane, and he is a master with Golden Gun. But he plays Destiny off and on. I would love to be able to say, Shane, we're playing trials this weekend, and I know you haven't played in a while. Please just put the client back on, get inside, and him just be able to go. And I'll have better weapons, I'll have better armor, but he's still going to pop Golden Gun and get us 2 kills every time. And so I think we do want to still have that, experience for even at the high end of PvP. We just want to make sure we do it right. And so it is something that we are walking in carefully and saying, okay, we're going to try this. We're going to test it. If it doesn't work, we're going to find a different solution.
Yeah, and specifically, we're going to like I want us to have, we want us to have room to experiment. And so I think Joe's right, where we'll start off with it power enabled sometime during the episode. We'll flip that switch and we'll communicate that out, and we'll make sure everyone's aware that it's coming, and we'll see how it goes. And if it goes really well, we'll figure out what to do with that next. And if it doesn't, we'll figure out if there's something else we need to try differently. But yeah, so I'm excited to see if it gets more variety of players into trials and more people who didn't feel like they could do it before give it a go, which would be interesting.
That sounds great. So kind of on that note, the in-game LFG has been an ask for a long time. Can we talk about the Fireteam Finder experience a little bit more?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is probably, I'm a big LFG user. Like when someone's like,
all right, stream
"Yo, we
might
wanna
die
raid
for a
this
second,
time,
but
this day," I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing that time. My desired raid experience is
let's see if we
that
can load up
I
this
log
new
in and I
season.
say, I have,
This
an hour,
post
I have
thing
2
is just
hours,
going
and I'm like, I want to raid
forever.
right now. So I'll get on my friends list, and if I don't have friends
Told
to
you,
play
I
with,
was
I will
gonna
go
die.
to one of the community-run LFGs. And that's there are so many great services out there that do this.
Weird.
But
Why is it
for
not
a bunch
working
of
anymore?
Players, they don't understand that exists. They don't have access to this. It can be a pretty big hurdle to just be like, hey, I'm just looking to do the legend
Wow,
version
it's
of this
completely
activity.
gone.
I could just go in
Who would have
game and
thunk?
say, I'm not quite comfortable with match-made people, but if I can get
All right,
you
we're
in a
updating
group with me
Destiny.
and we can talk about it. Can we make that fast? Can we make that so I just like, hey, what do I want to do? Okay. People, and we'll go right away. Right? I'll take the random draw. You can also say, no. Give me people, and I want to be able to approve.
Hey, look at my cute little
when they come
screen.
in and
Woo.
they say, hey, is this someone you want? Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
That fixed it.
We talked in chat. I don't think you're the right person. We're going to wait until we get the people that we want. And so it's really about striking this balance of both being customizable for folks that are like, I'd like to do a teaching.
Again, sorry for the low quality.
I'm
it's
a
just
guide player. I want to teach people
my
how to
internet's
do
not the
lessons.
best here.
And also
so
sometimes
streaming,
players that like
downloading the new update,
45 minutes
watching this.
that are experienced and want to go.
Guardian rank 11s
We
only.
know that we need to build looking for
gonna be
people
so
that can
many
do
of
both
those.
things. And so it's a big step. These systems are very challenging, and I think we're going to learn a lot about when it's coming out. That's why we're like, this is coming out in season 23.
Yes.
And we are going to get people looking at this, playing this, and we're going to figure out, what happens when the community gets it in their hands, and really make sure that we're in a good shape for when people are using this tool to do Final Shape content.
Yeah, and I think to Joe's point from the beginning, it really democratizes some of that like pinnacle experience, right? Like new players don't know to go out of the game and look for these really legitimately good community services, but like, I think a lot of players stay contained to what's inside of the client, and we want to make sure that those players can have the same grouping experience as the core fans who've learned how to do it in those community activities. So
Just to nerd out about
Just
this
heard
a
my
little bit more.
dog fall off the
so
bed
There's like
upstairs.
2 ways to enter into the Fireteam Finder flow. There might actually be a few more. Like one, there's like I'm gonna go select Fireteam Finder from my roster, and you're gonna go into there and you're gonna see okay, do I want to do raids? You're gonna pick through this whole flow. There's another way. If you like go click on a raid or a thing which you could have other people, in the roster where you see where all the emblems go.
Yeah.
It'll have your emblem, right? I'm in my fire team, and then the next one will just be like, hey, do you want to use Fireteam Finder for this? And you just click
Oh
on
my
that
gosh,
button,
earthquake.
and it'll be like, here you go, right? Like, and so we think this is just going to
Someone switched to the
expose a
camera
bunch
at the
of
wrong
people
time.
to content and get them in. Like, I'm excited to get more, Guardian rank 7s into Guardian rank 8s and expose some of our great content to more people.
And making friends.
Yeah.
Along the way, maybe if you want.
Yeah, this only has 45 minutes.
Yep, this is going to be another direction for players.
Absolutely.
Yep. So, what does this mean for guided games?
Please kick him out.
Is it time?
I think the guided games beta, might eventually be coming to an end, and so I think we want to make sure we do this in the right way. I know there's some emblems and things that are connected to that, but we really see Fireteam Finder as just
I have
fully
used
fledged
guided
version of
games
how to find a group. And so,
twice.
yeah, this
The
is finding groups,
solo,
and we think it's gonna
which
solve a bunch
didn't
of
work out
problems.
too
Like,
well.
Hey, can I make sure that I'm
And then one
finding
time our
people
client was
with
like,
the
"Hey,
same desires
let's
as
try it
me
out.
and
We're
other
missing a
things that really guided
person."
games couldn't do?"
So after like
And so,
10 minutes
yeah,
of searching, we finally
definitely in
got
the future, we
someone.
don't want people being like,
Ended
"Oh,
up
how should I
being
get into
super
a
chill.
group?
We
Should I
carried
go
him
on
through
guided
Vault of
games?" Like,
Glass,
no,
but
go to Fire Team Finder.
Go get those rewards while they last.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So Joe,
Guided
this is for you.
games.
You mentioned in your video on Twitter last
It's a
week.
good attempt.
In the reveal, we wouldn't be talking about a Strange Coin and Zur revamp or the rework of the HUD. Here we are in the post-show. Surprise.
Wow.
Can you say anything about those things?
I feel like I have a lot more makeup on than I had in my office last week. Okay. I don't want to spoil too much here. I think starting with Strange Coins, we want to do two things here. One, we want to make Zur a really exciting experience, right? And this Zur has felt this presence for our most regular players. Like, what Zur got on the weekend? I think we still have that for newer players. They're like, oh, I gotta go to Zur. Like, we've lost it with our people that play Destiny every week. And so I think, one, it's putting Zur back into this. Like, you're going to be excited about what Zur is telling this week. Two, it's like going back to Strange Coins, right? Like this feeling of, hey, I'm doing ritual stuff in Destiny. Strikes, PvP. I'm getting these coins, and I'm like, what am I going to spend them on? And so this is also about, making some of our ritual content rewarding. It's optional. Pick what you want to do. Play Gambit, play Strikes, play Crucible. But you're gonna do that, and you're gonna get something, and you're like, "Hey, how's my Strange Coin purse looking, right?" Like, and then when's Zur coming? Because certainly a lot of Guardians were caught by surprise early in Destiny's life cycle of, is that really worth my Strange Coins? And they lived to regret that moment. And so, maybe a little bit of that coming back wouldn't be a bad thing.
That's good.
That's very true. Good old Galley.
The other one.
Sorry, the blinking is me open up
Just
Steam.
to talk, sort of zoom out and talk
Gosh,
about
look at
HUD,
that new banner.
For our players that
for
go
Destiny
really
2.
into
It's
build
so
crafting
good.
and go into some really tricky activities, there's gonna be this moment where you look on the left-hand side of your screen, like, oh, there's a lot of text there, and it's important and it's hard to parse. And this is the thing that we're like, hey, we've just got to make this more clear. And so really this update is about moving some of that stuff around the HUD to better locations to make it more clear, hey, what's coming from my Guardian, what's coming from the environment or from enemies, and making sure that the important stuff stays on screen, right? And then you're like,
Unstable Life.
like
Oh, yeah.
Unstable Life.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm constantly like, how many armor charges do I have, right? Like, oh, how much time do I have left before I die, right? And like, let's sort of start getting that information in the right places.
Seems important.
Yeah.
So there's been some fans wondering, like, as we expand out, start working on new projects, become a true multi-IP studio. There's worry that those teams may take away resources that were meant for Destiny. Like, what are we doing as a studio to take on this challenge?
Yeah, no, I appreciate this question. So, like, there's a couple things we need to understand, right? Like, Joe and I have been talking for a while now about
it's been
just how much
3
stuff
hours
is coming after the final shape, and all the work going to episodes, and potentially more beats later next year. And like, we still have a great, talented team working on all of those things. We, when we start up new projects, we're deliberate about who moves over and who stays behind, things like that. And really from there start hiring more people to try and work these things out. I mean, Bungie
I'm launching
itself
Destiny.
has increased in size as we've
I'd rather
expanded
jump
and
into the
started working on
content.
more projects. That is because we're
Honestly, I
bringing
need
in
to go
folks
stretch my
to
legs
make sure
and
that we can
eat a quick
expand
something,
out
but-
while still maintaining the work that we already have. And so, like, if you just look at what's coming down the pipe with all the work, all the stuff coming from episodes, beats down the line, all the work in the live game that Joe's been talking about, we still have a really hungry
Can we still
and
see the screen?
talented
Yep.
team with a mixture of veterans and new folks, which is always the case, who are coming in to, just keep moving Destiny forward and keep it fresh. So I think strategically, like, it's always a challenge when
Yeah, I see if there's a
when
queue.
you're at any kind of scale. But I'm very impressed and have been for
So-
the years I've been here with the way that we bring in talent and the type of talent that comes and wants to work on Destiny. And I think there's even some areas where we've seen that fresh talent has brought.
Yeah, I mean,
There we go.
Here's some personal stuff. I didn't start on Destiny until right after The Dark Below shipped.
Yeah.
I had not made a first-person shooter before. I had worked on, came from like the MMO sphere of game design. There are people that are working on Destiny to this day that taught me how to place a monster and it feel good for a first-person shooter. And like, there's a Jason Jones video that you watch when you start, right? There's like, hey, a senior activity designer pulls you into a room. We still have so much of this like really legacy talent on the Destiny 2 team. But I think the thing that always surprises me is time flies. You'll be like, oh, this is this person that's new to the studio. And they're actually like, actually, I've been here for 3 years and I'm like a god in the tools now. And you're like, oh, whoa, you are, right? And then suddenly they're the person that's pulling someone to a room and be like, let me teach you how to make a first-person shooter. It's really awesome to see that talent grow at Bungie. And I think what's really important is we still in the studio on the team have all these people that carry this legacy knowledge, and we are spreading it and propagating it. Sometimes not just to Bungie, sometimes to the rest of the games industry, and that's a really great culture to be a part of.
It is, and like, I mean, just recently I was in a playtest where, this is no joke, like it's, we had a smattering of folks who were in their first week. Like part of their first week was to be in this Final Shape playtest, and also in the same room were
we're loading in.
20+ year Bungie.
Sorry, you're getting the axe. I forgot to turn on my audio, so we are going to jump straight in and immediately have to.
Listen up, glitter bums. This is First Ghost and Maru talking. You're still trying to get through the witness's portal, huh? That ain't a door you can just kick open. You even asked some leftover worm for answers. Too bad she led you right to us.
Oof.
Now you need help from the one witch nobody can trust. My boss, Savathun. Even though she's temporarily dead, she left instructions for this very situation.
Of course she did.
As usual, you maggots are 3 steps behind. Savathun will help you on one condition. First, deal with her sister, Sivor Wrath. She's the hive god of war and the witness's best general. It's a win-win, see? Don't look so sour. You've already got everything you need. I suggest you start with a witch of your own.
Don't you worry, Sauce. You better be there on time. So we want. There we go.
Guardian, the witness poses a dire threat, and the Witch Queen holds the answers we seek. But only if we contend with her sister. Amaru has promised us a method for defeating Zivuarath, arranged by Savathun before her death. There is a spire atop her throne world's sanctum, a place of dire experiments where she abused the light. With this knowledge, Imaru and I have devised a powerful artifact infused with hive magic. It will allow you to dispel the Witch Queen's trickery and master the spire through a ritual of
Why
our
would it?
own.
Okay, never mind. I'm not going to question Amaru's choices. He is the ghost of Savathun. Wow. We immediately get the staff.
Even in death, the Witch Queen lays her snares for us. Be careful, Guardian.
This is a real privilege, so act like it. Savathun doesn't open her spire to just anyone.
If such a place exists.
Why lie, when the truth is so much more dangerous?
You are not the Witch Queen, and the Guardian is far more dangerous.
Please. Sivo Arath is too much for you to handle. You need our help.
And you need ours.
It's so weird that Imaru is a fellow ghost. You gonna let me through?
Imaru, tell your Lucent Hive to stand down.
Savathun's orders are for them to guard the spire. I'm sure your little glowworms can handle it.
No? You're not gonna let me pass? Almost jumped off the edge, but we good. Oh. Spit wall. Get over here. I think loadouts are still locked, right? Oh.
I don't like this.
Yeah, they're still locked.
Resurrecting Savathun, using her magic. This is exactly what we wanted to avoid.
The Witch Queen knew she could entice us with a common goal. Removing the threat of Xivu Araf.
Yeah. And she knew the Vanguard had a little hive acolyte of their own. That's why she's opening up her spire. She thinks you've got what it takes.
Is that trigger not gonna activate? Alright, buddy. Let's do some void on void action.
Void crystals bend reality through tightly channeled power. Shatter them to break their control.
So kind of like the Scions, right? But
Use
hive
that
version.
witch's staff to cast a little spell of your own.
The crap? Okay.
Spire's just up ahead. We'll need more than some lightless lackey's fancy eyes to see it.
This is where the Witch Queen fell, and you fled for your life. Remember that.
We should focus.
That was a fluke. Your guardians got lucky.
Really? How many of your apostate ghosts have seen the Guardian's mercy?
Don't you threaten me.
I am not threatening you. I am telling you what the Guardian will do.
Yeah, what a threat.
So where is this spire?
You'll see. Start the ritual to bring down Savathun's illusion.
Yes! Carnage! Easy content. Must be physically hauled to another location or to use a power interaction. This should be where the crystals would use so much to burn you. Well, it's good to know. You go very slow with these things. Thanks, Devourer. Oh, wait, back off.
Conduct the arc charge between the crystals.
Gosh, they're just adding all these new mechanics, aren't they? I figure there's a time limit on that charge. Yeah, we're about to lose it. It's fine. Just kind of want to deal with the ads first. Alright. Alright, and it recharges every time you punch a crystal. Sweet. Nope.
Guardian, channel your magic with the witch's staff. You now wield hive magic and have entwined it with your light. Whatever you face next will test that power to its limits.
You think your guardians are up to scratch?
What will we find inside the spire?
A way to take down her sister. That's all she told me. And that's all I'm telling you.
And she'll uphold her bargain? Give us the information we need.
I'll bring her back as soon as Evu's taken care of. Then you can ask her yourself.
Guardian, traverse the spire. We shall see what morsel of truth awaits us.
The fun little animation. Wow. Huh. That's a freaking Eye of Sauron looking thing. Ugh. Really cool. I'll give him props on that. right, got a strand hand cannon. Oh? Loose change. One way or the other, I'll be there. Applying an elemental debuff to a target increases the weapon's reload speed for a short duration. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's right. We're rank 6 again. Now we gotta load into Savathun Spire. So it's a Strangen Solar Surge. I hate so much. How loadouts are locked. It's so annoying. Especially since I don't know what my armor loadouts are. Freak. We're stuck on Void, chat. What is it? A grenade launcher? Sorry, let's watch the cinematic. What an ominous intro.
There is nascent light to be found here. We must stoke it and harness its power. Be prepared for anything.
It gives you orbs of power right off the bat. All right. Oh, we got like strike scoring.
Bring the Hive's light to that ritual circle.
I assume we're doing this right. Yeah.
Destroy them, Guardian.
Oh, sweet. We got these back. All right. To the next one. Oh, you lose it. That's lame. Woo. Over here. Nice fun little horde mode.
It looks like the way up is
Oh.
cleared.
Hello.
Be careful.
Daddy wargasm. That's hilarious.
Guardians, I'm sure Imaru has given you a warm welcome on my behalf. Savathun's dire machinations echo through these halls. She whispers from the past, anticipating each outcome.
She left you some recordings. It ain't that deep.
You've accepted my proposal. We have mutual interests after all.
Wow. We are permanently amplified. This is really
You
trippy.
might not believe me, but I love my sister. But to us Hive, love is death. No one knows more about killing her than I do.
There's so many secrets. Look at this. Oh, am I not arc-attuned? No. Well, I shot a rune symbol, so maybe that meant something. Keep an eye out for more symbols. No, these things.
That thing is burning up the place. Get it under control. Use those solar crystals to unleash their power.
That Nova went nowhere. Oh, never reload. Oh. Sweet. Ow. Eater of thickness, save me. Orgasm, please. No, okay.
The spire is alive with light. We have redirected the Witch Queen's spells and empowered it to some end. I am not certain. Hive runes manifest here. Discern their pattern and traverse the Witch Queen's labyrinth.
Zebra can't be confronted. That's what she wants, and she always gets exactly what she wants. So spoiled.
Triangle, triangle, fancy spikes. Okay.
You'll have to find another way. Only her equal could ever have a hope of overcoming the threat of my sister's war march. Only a hive.
So,
it
rests with me, Eris.
Sucker.
My sister depends on the foundations of her cold logic. If you want to remove her from the board, you'll need to test her thesis. There's power for the taking, Eris. And for that, you'll have to prove your right to exist.
Savathun speaks of the sword logic. No, we can't play the Hive God's games. And yet we must.
Bye, Storm. Alright, well, a secret is unveiled. I just don't know what I ended up doing. Oh. Chest. Sweet. Cool. Scout rifle. Head rush. Standing up after crouching for a short time grants this weapon a brief period of improved handling and reload. That's actually not too bad of an origin perk. I can get behind that. What? I was gonna say, I better be part of my clan. Alright, we ready? Actually, I want that.
These are the Spire's wardens. Remove them and complete our ritual.
No. Woohoo! we have another boss out? Oh, yes we do. That's one down. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
We have reconfigured the inner workings of the spire and opened the path to its fetid hypogeum.
Not how I would have put it, but that's right.
Oh, reservoir
There is
burst for a
dire
solar
magic
weapon?
here,
Nice.
and I am its conduit. We may use this power to our own ends.
Eris, you can't. This is dangerous.
Meet with me, Guardian. I will prepare the ritual.
Oh, what the? Oh, altered summoning. Yeah, it's just like the blind well. I see. Harusbek? And I don't know what that word means. Someone's playing the beat. Oh, we were all triple warlocks. I just realized that. I thought one of them was a Titan. Was it not? Yes. Actually, don't know.
Xivu Arath draws strength from our conflict. She believes her logic absolute. I will grasp it and contravene its power. There is no other way.
Will you come back from this?
Does it matter if I do?
Yes.
What I am has served me, and has served humanity. Aka, Zeta, Sen.
This is what Savathun wants.
We serve our interests, not Savathun's.
She's outmaneuvered you again. You need me.
We need your silence.
We almost just crushed him. Oh my
Do not
goodness.
be afraid. Bear witness to my sublimation. I separate the true from the dead. I am the many-mouthed hunger. I am the knife-edged truth. I devour the free. I conspire with my vengeance. I will take what I need. The words in my throat are the weapon in my fist. Hayat! Hayat! Hayat!
Have we never seen... Gosh, that must have hurt.
I am the knife-edged truth. Bring me your tithes.
Oh my gosh, he just became a hive god. At least I assume. I mean, what else would she be? Are we okay? Just trying to buffer ourselves up. So what do we need to do? Increase season rank. Complete season challenges. Perks. Power. And it's essentially just XP. We need a lot of XP. Dogma rotation. Final shape. That's fine. Toil of the trouble. Open the portal. It's in the back of the helm. Honestly, in my head, I thought that was going to be the case. Glad I was right. Let's see this thing. Wow. I have herald disaster so often that my mere presence is an omen. So be it. Corrupted nucleosynthesis. This weapon enrages when dealing or taking sustained damage, gaining increased rate of fire when engaged. Hold up. Calm down. Loyal Moths. Final blows with this weapon create a loyal moth. The moth will seek out nearby targets and detonate, damaging and blinding them. This magazine continuously draws ammo from reserves. The magazine also enables firing arc projectiles that detonate on impact. This is so cool. We're definitely playing with that. Hi, Crow. You still gonna chill here?
Come on, let's talk.
Well, I can't say anything to you. Don't tell me, is this... Oh, I thought it was going to be Eris's throne world. Adorable little creatures. That's pretty cool. Eris? Oh.
Guardian.
Hello.
Though my form twists in this rune-bound circle, I remain Eris Morn, given not to the deep, but to vengeance. The Hive have taken much from me. By naming the worms, I have taken from them, and I must take from you. The splinter of hive worm rests in your staff. It is enough to bind us and mark you as my acolyte. By the sword logic of the hive, your conquests strengthen me. You must tithe mightily if I am to become strong enough to defeat Xivu Arath. She draws power from all conflict. She is the blade breaker, war, drinker, conqueror, immortal. I ought drown her in blood. Add your voice to the chorus of violence. Let us show her what it is to be Hive.
So the end of this season is going to be probably a cutscene, I hope. A really good cutscene. It better be if it's going to be the end of Xivu Arath. Like, if she's going to die in a season, better be epic. I'm excited for this. Toil and trouble. Though my form twists in this rune-bound circle, I remain Eris Morn, says the figure before you, her voice strained by the transformation. Eris gestures a clawed hand toward the staff he used to begin the hive ritual. A splinter of a hive worm rests in your staff, she says. It is enough to bind us and mark you as my acolyte. By the sword logic of the hive, your conquests strengthen me. You think of the bargain Amaru offered the Vanguard. Savathun will reveal how to follow the witness if you can deal with her sister. You nod in understanding. You must tithe mightily if I am to become strong enough to defeat Xivu Arath, Eris says. You hear her smile viciously beneath the mask of Chitin. Let us show her what it is to be Hive. It's weird that you don't see Eris. The Lectern of Divination will collect cards from the Deck of Whispers, a powerful form of hive magic manifested through your ties to Eris Morn. Here you may contemplate and interpret your opaque cards to unlock their power. This process requires gathering insight throughout the system. Once acquired, major arcana cards will be displayed in the Athenaeum. When 5 major arcana cards have been acquired, one will be selected at random before each encounter in Savathun's Spire and the Altars of Summoning. Adding a card to your deck will allow that card to be randomly drawn. Each major arcana card bestows unique benefits. Major arcana cards may be added or removed from your deck by interacting with them in this area. You must have at least 5 cards in your deck to draw upon their power in the Season of the Witch activities. Minor arcana cards can be found in Season of the Witch activities or granted as rewards in ritual activities. When interpreted, they bestow perks, items, and upgrades. The Lectern of Divination wavers with the heavy coiling smoke of incense, incense, and glint of candlelight. From their place on the table, the cards whisper sweetly, promising secrets, truths, and lies. The cluttered ritual table is covered in various artifacts used in the study of hive magic. Eris Morn's scattered journals lay open across the table, pages weighed down by pieces of rock and bone. You notice sketches of hive runes, worms, moths, and intricate diagrams of unrecognizable magical objects. You recognize, buried amongst the esoterica, of a drawing of the acolyte's staff, along with the detailed spell that would bind its maker and wielder in the tithing ritual. Conquer powerful combatants in the tithe, and tithe strength to Eris Morn and mission invoke. What armor? I want to run to the tower just real quick. Looks like Ikora's got some stuff and Banshee's got some stuff. I wonder. Looks like the showcase, we were about a minute too quick. Alright, we gotta load up Dim. Gotta clear out our inventory just a little bit. Let's move you away. Let's move you away. Let's move you away. We'll delete you. Cool. Also, while we wait for the tower to load, apparently, let's look at all this. Confront oblivion. The final shape looms, a nightmarish calcification of reality to the witness's twisted design. Embark on a perilous journey into the heart of the traveler, rally the vanguard, and end the war of light and darkness. The Pale Heart. There is a place where we will find eternity being torn asunder. An unraveling landscape that echoes with the deeds of our past. Persevere in this impossible place and uncover what lies at the heart of this war. I'm sure there's stuff supposed to be here. We'll keep going. 3 lights. 3 companions walking 3 paths. These paths weave themselves into the fabric of our identities and place an ageless power in our hands. Today, that power grows. Titan Super blades honed by the void cut through the air. Lift them from the feet of your felled foes and continue the attack. Hunter Super. Dagger in hand, become the arc flashing in the darkness. The edge of the storm your enemies cannot outrun. The Warlock Super. Unleash your inner phoenix with every attack. Buff your weapons, allies, and harness the living solar flame. The only way is through. Conquer new challenges on the Guardian's perilous journey. Within the Traveler, push back the corruption that has infested the mysterious and once pure landscape. Calling all Guardians, the time has come to confront the Witness. 2 new dungeons released during the year of the final shape. So, yeah, dungeon key. Tessellation. Purpose carved from meaninglessness, the chance generation of the universe crafted into beauty, intentionality. That which served no reason ceased. Randomness elided by the sculpture's art. Pre-order the final shape and annual pass and instantly unlock the Tessellation Exotic Fusion Rifle. You're the final shape episodes. Echoes, Revenant, Heresy. Starting in 2024, episodes will be replacing seasons as our new way of storytelling and content update format for Destiny 2. Each episode will contain new story content and rewards, including a new exotic mission, weapon, and armor. Episodes will be split into 3 acts, with a new act releasing every 6 weeks, containing new stories, quests, activities, weapons, artifact mods, pass ranks, and rewards. Echoes, Revenant, and Heresy will be the first 3 episodes coming in the final shape year. So we got normal, and then the annual pass. Okay, it comes with Echoes if you buy final shape. That's nice. The only thing this adds is Revenant, Heresy, Dungeon Key, right? Then the Collector's Edition. As the final confrontation with the Witness draws near, Ido scours the solar system looking for clues, messages, and intel on the origins of the Witness to share with Guardians. During her travels, she finds a gift to honor your service, a light to accompany the darkness. I'm so excited, chat. It just looks so good. Oh, hold up. There we go. Napsis, Thyroid of Zeus. What a name.
Let's get started.
What are you doing? Banshee44 exclaims as you place the weapon before him. You can't just take guns from the hive and expect me to... Trails off as he picks up the weapon and turns it over in his hands. Who's been working on this? Eris? He wonders to himself. She must have had Briah help. He holds one of the dangling cards between his metal fingers and squints. He's used hive magic to keep the weapon intact, huh? He says. Smart. A little creepy, but smart. Finally, he nods and hands the weapon back. You don't need to be the Natanaut to see this thing has some deep ties to the other side. You want to earn its respect. You'll have to do a lot of killing and not as much dying. All right. Sounds good.
Good. Take it easy.
Oh, here's the new special deliveries terminal. So we get Raul's secret stash. We get a vehicle. Boo! Cabbage me. Send me back in, Chief. Do we already have +1 artifact power? Oh. Alright. Oh, that's right, because all these medals are back. All right. Tanks to kill. With the new material cap increase, I guess, yeah, we can hold all the more stuff. Hey, Cora, do you have like new aspects or stuff for me? Like what's up?
What do you seek?
Cora welcomes you with a mix of warmth and relief. Guardian, it's good to see you back in the tower. We'll need everyone for the fight ahead. Revisit past missions to understand what's at stake for the Guardians and all of humanity. Complete each mission for rewards to arm yourself for the future. You can launch missions directly from the timeline. To access the timeline, open up the director and click on the timeline icon in the upper right corner. Okay, so there's no new any of this. I'm just not working on this
Our
quest.
light is stronger than ever.
We want the same things. Guardian, ghost, human, exile, awoken, brain, bird.
So we got cinematics for these. Mission for this.
Send it on. The reef needs it more than we do.
This should be a cutscene. They should totally put that cutscene in there because it's so good.
I want the kind the hunter sees.
Yep, Crux of Stasis. Which one is this? Lucent Hive.
Do you carry the Daito models?
Final Shape looms, a nightmarish calcification of
Excuse me.
reality into the
My
witness's
mind
twisted
was
design.
somewhere else.
It's the same description we've had multiple times already. But cool. What is this?
I get them in bulk. Nothing else.
Yeah,
I want
I'll
the
order
kind
all
of
that
hunter
later.
suits.
But for now, we need a mission invoke. Explore the ritual chambers beneath the Savathun Spire to unlock Eris Morn's newfound power. Oh. We'll work on... Well, no, we'll play with it. I need a primary weapon.
Guardian, Eris has detected a gravitic anomaly beneath the spire. She thinks it's a ritual chamber.
We call that the Arcane Oubliette. Savathun stores all kinds of drooling goons in there. Warm bodies for her magical experiments. If you want to feed blood and guts to your discount hive god, that's the place to do it.
What an insult. I still love how our Guardian almost killed Imaru right then and there, and there was nothing he could have done. Like, we just grabbed him and, like, started squeezing a bit. I wouldn't be shocked if, like, a crack or two appeared on his eyeball. Yeah, we'll play around with this grenade launcher. I still hate how loadouts are locked. This better be fixed before the raid race. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a nightmare. Or I should say, it'll just take so much longer to switch up loadout. No! It's okay. It's understandable. So long as it doesn't boot me from the game. Or boot me in the middle of an activity.
Guardian, Eris has detected a gravitic anomaly beneath the spire. She thinks it's a ritual chamber.
We call that the Arcane Oubliette. Savathun stores all kinds of drooling goons in there. Warm bodies for her magical experiments. If you want to feed blood and guts to your discount hive god, that's the place to do it.
All right.
Panicked throes echo upward from a well of power and death. I sense the oubliette beneath you, Guardian. Assemble in the ritual space, and we shall harvest the fruit of Savathun's foul experiments as our own.
After I resurrected Savathun, she was dying to learn about her new light. But she needed test subjects to experiment on. Same way you use the poor slobs and Gambit for target practice. Listen to this.
I named this chamber the Oubliette, after a human invention. A prison where the only exit is the ceiling, just out of reach. A place for people to be thrown in and forgotten, until the time is right. This is where I'll keep in touch with all my bygone subjects, both as a queen and researcher.
Man, that visual effect, though. Ooh, it's a bit bright. This is going to be fun, chat. So it's this symbol, okay.
you feel it? The latent power of the Witch Queen's spellcraft. Finalize the ritual to complete the summoning.
It's balanced by the fact that it has a super slow firing rate, but just having fun with this gun for a little bit. Once we're out of ammo, I'll get serious again. Woo! Woo! Yep, now we're on to calibration data. How much? I forgot how big this clip was. Oh, hello, Burden. I got another tribute. Where's the last one? Probably over here, right? Oh, they go. I see, I see. This gun's a lot of fun. More burdened. All right. The fact that you never have to reload is just so much fun. Where's this last wizard? All right, this stuff. Oh, it just opens up platforms. I see.
rush of hot blood.
Where are these subjects being summoned from?
Some kind of suspended animation? Maybe they're teleported from somewhere right into your gun sights. But what do you care? They're all just dead meat to you.
I mean, he's not wrong. It's a little messed up, but he's not wrong.
Your arcane skill conjures forth horrors once cloistered, awaiting brutal deliverance. And so they shall receive it.
Oh, Vex. Ternary Mind. Alright. Let's do this. You and me, big boy. I totally whipped that. Okay, you know what? Precursor? Oh, prevent Vex sacrifices. Oh, shoot. Where are they trying to do a sacrifice? Over here. Are we done?
I feel in your tides the fear and anguish of our foes. Exalt in your retribution.
Gosh.
You know why the boss is so much better at magic than you? It's because she's not afraid to make the tough choices. Listen.
I'd like to share my experiments with the Guardians one day, just as we share the light. But I know they won't approve of my methods. They love omelets, but hate breaking eggs. Maybe participating in my rituals will expand their provincial sense of morality.
I mean, yeah. Not exactly wrong.
Your arcane arcane skill expands with each ritual you complete. Our powers will grow in tandem until we are ready to challenge the god of war herself.
Oh, the wizard's gonna be shooting us the whole time too? Fantastic. Woo! Woo! Oh. I wish I got amplified from this. Just zoom through it all. Is that young, I forget Savathun's old name. Wow.
In the name of retribution for the lost, Bel, Ariana, Oma, Sai, and Tolan, tithe unto me, Acolyte. I ought.
Guardian, the value of the magic you've unearthed here is undeniable. But watching you and Eris revel in violence, tithing with hive rituals, it was disturbing.
Like it or not, your witch is gonna need a lot more ties before she's powerful enough to challenge Sivu. So, go ahead, sport. Make a mess. Enjoy yourself. Welcome to the hive.
It's oof. Locus Locus Locotus. All right, back to the helm. And then I think that'll be it story-wise. And then I'll hop off. I need to go take a break and get some stuff done. But I'll be grinding a ton of experience to try to get things ready. Not for the power level, but for the artifact mods. Because there's some really good mods there at the end of the artifact tract that we just need to hurry our butt through and try to get for the raid. Also, holy crap. They changed this. Oh, bounties are so condensed now. Oh, okay. So, I see. We can switch back to normal view. We might get kicked back to orbit here in a second. Yeah. It's okay. Let's just reload. No harm, no foul. Right? Holy crap, it's still going. Oh no, it ended. They played the seasonal story together. I see. Okay, we'll just close all of you. Come on. Come on, game. Let me finish the quest. So I can go eat. I'm hungry. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Well. All right, I'm not going to tab out at all. We're just going to leave it. All right, holo projector.
It's hard not to feel that this is my responsibility. While we in the tower gathered intel and debated over what action to take next, Eris threw herself into a dangerous ritual of her own devising. She was audacious. And she was right. We had to accept Savathun's bargain. We must pursue the witness at any cost. But I didn't imagine we would risk Eris in the exchange. She remains herself. I recognize Eris when I look into her eyes. She wears her new form like a suit of armor, but she speaks of whispers calling to her from the deep, and I have no assurance she can resist them forever. You must embrace the hive rituals as she did. Offer your tithes so that she may gain the power she desires, and quickly. Commit yourself to her guardian. I believe it is in everyone's best interest to keep her metamorphosis as brief as possible.
I totally agree with that. We do not want Eris to stay in that form for too long. But it's pretty bad, eh? Ikora admits she feels responsible for Eris's risky transformation. While we in the tower gathered intel and debated over what action to take next, Eris threw herself into a dangerous ritual of her own devising, she says. She was audacious, and she was right. Ikora reiterates following the witness is worth any cost, but she has her reservations. We had to accept Savathun's bargain, she says, but I didn't imagine we would risk Eris in the exchange. She tells you to tithe to Eris and send her as much power as you can. But Ikora cannot hide her unease. I believe it is in everyone's best interest to keep Eris's metamorphosis as brief as possible, she says, diplomatically, before signing off. All right. Whose conversation?
Hive magic reveals itself in precise shapes. They follow the same lines and the same means. And yet our rituals still hold many secrets. Cards have scattered in the wake of your oblations. Our bond made manifest. I call them the Deck of Whispers. And they do whisper. Each of their ideograms appears to carry the weight of symbolism. Do not fault them for the forms they take. They are reflections of the real, and as opaque as the natures of their referent. We will interpret their configurations, divine their use. They may hold many meanings, alone and in conversation. As with all hive magic, they ask us to separate the true from the dead. We will do so.
All right. We have a lot of offerings. Played some seasonal challenges. Sweet. We'll leave that alone for now. Lore cards. 2 books or just 1 book? I wasn't paying attention. Just 1. Rites of Passage. Chapter 1. Process. Saint 14 and Osiris sat across from each other at the rough wooden table, focused on the array of wires, struts, and braces spread out before them. Mithrax had mentioned that his splicer gauntlet had been causing his arm to go numb, and Saint's overeager offer of assistance had turned into an evening of frustratingly meticulous tinkering. Mithrax had politely excused himself hours ago, but Saint and Osiris were so focused on their discussion of Savathun's bargain they hardly noticed. "We don't have a choice," Osiris said, threading a wire through the lacy frills of a tiny ether converter. "The future of the Witness is crafting beyond that portal is more terrible than we could dream. Anything is preferential to that." "Anything but her," Saint grumbled. "Even her," Osiris said definitely. "If Savathun knows how to pursue the Witness, then there is little reason to doubt that she does. We must work with her. There is no other way." With an Exo's patient precision, Saint straightened a row of metal pins. "I do not know how you can say that, after everything." Osiris raised his eyebrows. "I am a beacon of forgiveness," he said, but the words soured on his tongue. "So you forgive her?" Saint didn't need to look up from his work. "No," Osiris said quietly. He aligned a metal tab with its slot and pressed it into place, waiting to hear a click. It didn't come. "The truth is," Osiris said, "I hardly think of her at all." Saint looked at him flatly, but Osiris shrugged, his face open. "I know how it sounds. I have acknowledged what happened and moved on, I suppose. I am here, alive, with you. They say that's the best revenge, don't they?" Saint coiled a stubborn spring and prepared to slide it into a support brace. "Is it revenge to allow the Violator to avoid accountability?" "The Violator is dead," Osiris said wearily, "and will live again if Eris and the Guardians will fulfill this prophecy or prediction." The spring shot from between Saint's fingers, or whatever Savathun wants to call this new trick. Osiris heard the spring clatter to the corner near the kitchen and rose wordlessly to hunt for it. Saint sighed. "I do not know how you can be so calm," he said. "You sometimes act as though you do not remember what she did to you." "I remember it all," he said softly, without turning away from the corner. "I remember being helpless." The words caught in his throat. Saint pushed his chair back and stood, but Osiris was already back at the table, a dusty spring in the center of his palm. "There is still fury inside me," he said. "Fury that I will probably carry forever. I acknowledge it, but I do not let it consume me. I control it, and I take strength from that." Osiris placed the spring in the table and sat back down. Saint moved to his side. "Denying your emotions is not strength," Saint said carefully. "I admit that. If I could, I'd change what happened," Osiris said. "But not if doing so changed where it led me." Osiris reached down and gave Saint a half embrace around the hips. Have we finished talking about this now? Osiris said, and Saint heard the rawness in his voice. Saint kissed the top of Osiris's head and sat back down. It would have to be enough. It's true. Saint has grown, Osiris has grown a lot. Given he was strong before, then became weak during Lightfall, and then strong again. Wonder if this is going to tell us anything now. No? Okay. Well, cool. That's the season. Erismore will contact you when she has further need of your ties. Until then, continue building your power and unraveling the secrets of the Hive. Erismore is using the power tithed by the Guardians to find a way to defeat Zevo Wrath and fulfill Savathun's bargain. Oh, yeah. Well, cool. I like the premise of the season. I think this is going to be really cool to see. I'm excited to see where it leads. I hope Eris isn't dead. You don't see her in the final shape. I'm not saying that's forbearing or anything. I just need to rewatch everything and see if you can see her or the Drifter. But yeah, I'm excited. That showcase gave me a lot more hope, for sure. We'll just have to see how everything goes, how Destiny goes after Final Shape, everything between now and then. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed everything. I was so happy I was nearly in tears throughout most of that showcase. I'm going to be honest with you. Everything there just seems fantastic. Yeah, I'll definitely stream again next Tuesday. I'll try to find a time. I have work, but we'll do the new reset story and everything. But for the most part, I'll just be trying to build up my power so we could do the day one raid. I will probably stream it. I don't see any reason not to. So keep an eye out for that next Friday. Thank you everyone who dropped by and watched. And I'll see you whenever I stream again.